Well. All right, guys, we're back at it. We are starting at 7 o'clock tonight rather than our standard 6 o'clock. But I had some commitments that I needed to take care of. But we're live, guys. We should be rolling on Facebook. We should be rolling on TikTok and YouTube and everywhere in between. Thanks so much for being here, guys. We've already got a new member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Master Thesis, the Lone Wolf. Big W for becoming a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. You got access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet now, so I hope you make use of that. And welcome in, guys. M, good to see you. Good to see you guys all filing in here. I see I Heart Dogs is here. Carrie is here. All the usual suspects. Jay Cowell is in the house. So should be fun tonight, guys. We're doing a classic. Going back to Jesus is a fake Messiah. Let me open up the guest box here real quick on TikTok before I forget. Okay, the TikTok guest box is open. And our YouTube guest box is open now as well. Let me pop that out so I can put it somewhere convenient. Give me a second. All right, guest boxes are open. Everything should be ready to rock and roll. Welcome in, guys. Joel Raid, good timing. Thank you for the raid, Joel. I appreciate that. Big W for Joel. And Dexter, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Dexter. I really appreciate that. And Big W, Joel Raid coming in, guys. Welcome in from Joel's live stream. He was busy cooking as well. I was enjoying that earlier. And John, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you, friend. Happy Wednesday, Justin and everybody. Well, happy Wednesday to you, John. It's certainly good to hear from you. And looks like we already got a guest waiting to come in. So we'll get this super chat and get our guest in. Jay Mule, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Says, let's fucking go. And we are definitely going, guys. We are definitely going. And Tallyback, Big W, thank you for the $20 super chat. Hello to you, good friend, and thank you for supporting the channel. And we've got our first guest now in the guest box. Big W, guys, thank you for being here. Let's see if we can get Nathan to connect. Guys, welcome in from Joel's live stream. Hopefully we shouldn't have any lag tonight. Listen, between the last stream and this stream, I finally updated my old routers. I called the cable company. I made me send them a new modem that could actually keep up with the bandwidth. Apparently, I had upgraded my speed on my home internet, like, I don't know, years ago, and they still had me on an old modem that wasn't capable of getting me up to the speed I was even paying for, which is crazy that they wouldn't tell you that when you upgraded your service. So I had them send me a new modem, and I've got updated routers. So if there's any lag in the system tonight, I can only assume it's got to be on YouTube or TikTok's end. But we're having a little trouble getting Nathan in the box. Nathan disconnected, so we'll grab our next guest. If you're watching on YouTube, if you click on the description of the video, you'll find a link to join the discussion as well. And with that, how you doing, Corn Dog Lover?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Welcome in, Corn Dog. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am to both those. Just wanted to come in and let you know you're a little bit strange, my friend. A little bit strange. You're a strange feller.
Did I ever claim to be normal?
You didn't. You openly admit you're strange? As long as you acknowledge that, I guess it's kind of weird.
If people are strange when you're a stranger.
Yeah, that's valid, actually. Okay. But
so what would be your best evidence for Jesus not being a liar and a fraud?
Probably your internet connection going down consistently.
Consistently, or you mean like just that one time last week?
Yeah, I was talking to Joel last week, and his internet completely shut off. Whole live dropped. Came back to come back, so his internet dropped. And then
that happens sometimes. So it's weird because I've been going live for like over a year now, and I've only had the internet problems just that one time last week. So it sounds to me like your God can't figure out when the right time to cut my internet is.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you did. It was last week.
Yeah, out of the last year and a half of streaming. The amount of stuff, like the amount of like things that you'll claim is from your God that are clearly not from your God is unreal. Do you guys ever get tired of lying to yourselves?
No.
I didn't figure. Oh well.
Okay, first of all, two things. Number one, not lying to ourselves, because if it's my truth, it's my truth. Therefore, it's not a lie.
Well, there's no such thing as personal truth. Something is either true or it's not.
No, you can have a subjective truth.
No, I disagree.
That's absolutely true. How can I not have a subjective truth?
Subjective truth means that you just believe something.
Okay, for example, a trans woman.
Something is either true or it's not true.
Okay. What about a trans woman? Trans women, their subjective truth is they are a woman.
I don't believe that to be the case. And are you this? Hold on, Chet. Thank you so much for the cranes and for the dinosaurs. I appreciate that. Are you the one that keeps coming in at the beginning of all my lives, pissing and moaning because you want to debate the trans topic?
No, that would definitely not be me. I just mentioned
because there's somebody that does that at the beginning of like my last 3 or 4 lives. They don't actually want to talk about the topic. They just want to come and piss and moan about their political position. But did you actually want to talk about Jesus or no?
Well, I've already talked to you the past one time and didn't go well. So.
You didn't want to get cooked again?
You just seem to straw man every argument. And then after that, you pretty much just basically said even anecdotals don't matter. Their subjective truths don't matter.
I never said that their subjective truths don't matter. My position has never been subjective truths don't matter because I don't think subjective truths exist. I think all truth are either true or they're not.
If someone's cured of cancer and their family's praying for them, why does it?
The question is whether or not something is true, not whether or not you believe it to be true. And I want to know what things are true. I don't care if you like feel subjectively that it's true. Like I feel subjectively about things.
By what method have you ruled out that their anecdotal truth of like God's curing their cancer is not true?
By the same anecdotal evidence that there are millions and millions of people praying that don't get their prayers answered, and the rate of people getting their prayers answered in every religion happens to be the same. It's the same in Hinduism, it's the same in Islam, it's the same in Christianity, and it happens to be that we did like blind double tests on people getting prayed for and people not getting prayed for, and the outcomes are actually basically the same. So based on all the scientific evidence that we've been able to collect, prayer doesn't do anything. It just it gets you in your feels and you feel like it does something, but it really doesn't. So
you're so fucked up, dude. What the hell, man? Why do you hate Christians so damn bad?
I don't hate Christians, but I do live in a country full of Christians who feel like it's their job to like force it on other people. And the wild thing is, like, you don't have to be here. Like, how much time do you think I spend going into Christians' live streams? If you had to guess, what
I would hope often.
If you had to guess, what percentage of my time do you think I do that?
I would hope at least 25%.
Fucking 0%. I don't spend 1 minute in a Christian live. Not 1 minute.
You don't spend any time debating with the opposite position in their lives?
Why would I do that?
I don't know, just because you can. I feel like as a person that is this dedicated.
See, that's the difference between me and you. Is that I could let those people have their own voice. It doesn't matter to me that people are speaking out on what they believe in, but it hurts your little pee-pee so much. It shrivels up inside of you like a little turtle to hear an atheist out here with an opinion that's different than yours, and you get so terrified that you are compelled to come into my life and make a fool out of yourself. That's how insecure you are in your position.
Let me be clear. Your prompt is debate begging, okay?
Yeah. Are you going to debate me or no?
Wait. Other people's prompts are.
So are you going to debate me or no?
God exists. Are you
going to debate me or no?
If I put in the prompt that atheists are grapists and horrible humans,
you're not going to debate me. You're going to run like a coward.
You would come in.
No, I wouldn't.
If I put atheists are rapists and so on, that's essentially what you're doing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing, and I wouldn't come in. No, so you're wrong. Again, these Christians trying to read people's minds. All right, well, listen, I got like maybe an adult in the guest box that might want to chat, so I'm going to drop you, okay? Don't come back. All right, we got Two Zen Someday ready to come in, and Gabe, welcome in. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, sorry, babe, can't go out tonight. Deconstruction Zone is live streaming. Woo woo! Big W, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Hey, get your significant other in here. Get some popcorn. It's gonna be a thing. Tess, welcome to the Kraken crew, and Tess, welcome. And Tess N, welcome to upgrading to the Kraken Crew Elite. Now you got access to our Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And Master Sheeter, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, subjective truth is objectively stupid. I agree with that. I agree with that truth. And Benny Boy, thank you for the $5. It says, Joel Raid. It would be so cool to see you and Joel work on a game show type of live. I can help with production. We briefly floated the idea, then we didn't really get around to doing it, but we're going to do it. We're gonna get around to doing it as time allows, but it's gotta happen. And Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Big W Eric says, what about a person driving a Trans Am? Listen, I'm all about people driving Trans Ams, Camaros, Firebird, especially like a 1978 Firebird with the bird on the hood and a nice little profile wing in the back. Maybe some Aerosmith pumping out of like a 6x9 speaker in the middle of the center of the dash, something like that. That'd be pretty dope. And Ed, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says spicy cooking tonight. Well, we're gonna find out. Thank you so much for the super chat. We've got 2 Zen in the chat now. How you doing, 2 Zen?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes. Probably not.
Oh.
So I listened to your discussion with the rabbi on YouTube about Isaiah 53, and I'm convinced that the servant is Israel or Jacob. But there's a couple loose ends I was wondering if you could help me nail down.
Sure.
Let's go to verse 12. And my question is there still seems to be some type of substitutionary atonement going on here, and I'm wondering what the alternative interpretation of that would be, where it says, yet he bore the sin of many and made intercession for the transgressors. What is there a non-substitutionary way to read for the sin of many?
Oh, yeah. So my interpretation, and what most Jews do with this interpretation, I'll put it on the screen, is first understand that Isaiah 53, all of the suffering servant songs are metaphors. So the first problem that Christians fall into is they think that somehow this is a literal prophecy. It's not. It's talking about a literal reality. It's talking about a real, actual reality. But all the words in here, up until until the very end, are likening a nation of people like an individual. And then at the very end, we get verse 12, which is really interesting, which mixes in a couple different metaphors. So in verse 12, we get a couple things, that he's going to be allotted a portion with the great. And this is actually hearkening back to Genesis. The verbiage in here is reminiscent of when Jacob blesses the 12 children with apportionments of the land. This is the imagery being used here, that the nation of Israel are going to be allotted a portion with the great, and that will divide the war spoil. Some translations even say booty with the strong. This is basically a metaphor for saying the nation of Israel is going to be restored. That's why it says later in Isaiah that, the kings will bring you their wealth. But then he says, because he has poured himself out unto death and was numbered with the transgressors, he bore the sins of many. Now, this is the interesting thing. If you understand that Isaiah 53 and the other suffering servant songs are metaphors, that not every word in this thing is meant to be taken like deadpan literal, then it's easy. Yeah, the nation of Israel is suffering so that they can bring many of the people from the nations to Christ, or to Yahweh. Let me grab my Bible. Actually, hold on.
Okay.
So there's a couple passages that are really interesting that I think kind of elucidate this fact. And so if you go to Isaiah 55, so just 2 chapters later, God talks about like what this looks like. It says, nations that do not know you, you shall call to nations that do not know you, and the nations that do not know you shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. And so there's this vision both in Isaiah and in Zephaniah and in Ezekiel and in Zechariah and even in Micah, where there's this idea that God is going to elevate the Israelites. So he's going to restore the Israelites to a point in which they are so glorified by Yahweh that all the nations will know that Yahweh is the one true God, not just because he's glorified his servant, but because they're going to recognize that they've treated the servant of God so poorly. And so this is a metaphor for how God is likening, the abuse of the nation of Israel as both payment for their sins, but also as a method for bringing about the other nations into the fold. So we get like more, if you go to Isaiah 56, I believe we get more of it. And it says earlier that he's going to make Israel a light and a covenant to the nations. The idea is that it's the nation of Israel that's going to be redeeming the nations.
So is it that the bearing of many in verse 12 is more of a, I don't know, like an aspect of being a light to the nations?
Yeah, so I think the whole prophecy of Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel suffering for their sins and as suffering so that the other nations can be ashamed of them, be ashamed of their own behavior and recognize that they've treated God's people unfairly. That's why it says that they'll put their hands over their mouths in shame, right? And so, but I think all of it's a metaphor. I don't think God is literally saying that they're going to go to war after the Babylonian captivity and divide the war booty. Right? I don't think that's actually what he's saying. I think he's talking about the restoration of Israel and the purpose. That's why the beginning of this segment in chapter 40 to 55 is kind of a literary unit, and it opens with, the cry of God through the prophet, that Israel has now paid her penalty and has received double for her sins, meaning Israel has received a punishment for her sins plus some extra. What's that extra for? Well, that extra is so that they can be a light and a covenant to the nations. There's a really interesting proverb that talks about when somebody insults you, still speak kindly to them, because in doing so, you'll be heaping coals upon their head. This is a really funny metaphor, but essentially what it's saying is that when somebody insults you and you're still kind to them, they get hot with embarrassment. Heat is a pretty common metaphor in the Old Testament for emotions. So there's this general idea that the nation of Israel is suffering not just for their own sins, but on behalf of the other nations, which is what we see if you read all of Isaiah. Don't just read 53. Read all of Isaiah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I got that from.
And he talks about this. So in 56, this is the restoration period. It says, the foreigners who joined themselves to the Lord to minister to him and to love the name of the Lord and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain. So God is envisioning the nations coming to know Yahweh through what is happening with Israel. And they're even going to come to worship on the mountain. And then in chapter 60, it talks about the ingathering. And it says, your sons will come from far away. Your daughters shall be carried in their nurses' arms, and then you shall see and be radiant. So this whole narrative, all of Isaiah 53, is like the crescendo of the meta narrative of this. This is the reason why you've had to suffer so terribly.
Okay. Can I ask you one question to clarify your position on something? It's not a gotcha, I promise. Do you believe the crucifixion of Jesus was an actual historical event, or do you believe, or when you kind of like mention, well, he was crucified because of that, you just kind of mentioned in a sense that this is what the Bible says, and it's not necessarily a historical event?
No, I think the crucifixion was historical. We catch in the Talmud an inkling that he was killed by the Jews. Says in Sanhedrin 43a that he was executed by the Jews. There's some debate on whether or not it's a different Jesus. I don't think it is. And then we also get letters elsewhere from Roman literature stating that he was executed under Pilate, getting a crucifixion. So like I'm okay believing that he was probably killed. I believe personally he was probably killed by the state. He probably thought he was the Messiah. He probably did think that he was supposed to be killed and then somehow was going to come back and then like conquer everybody and bring in the new kingdom and things like that, because all the prophecies that he talks about, like he keeps saying that he's like, he likens himself to the Son of Man from Daniel chapter 7 and likens his experience to Daniel chapter 9. And so like he talks about how his second coming is going to be within the generation of the people standing there. So I think if he was real, and I think he was, he probably got lost in the sauce.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Sure thing. Yeah. Good to hear from you, man. Cheers. Yeah. Mythicism is popular right now. I'm not one. I'm willing to be convinced of it. I mean, it certainly would make things easier just to say Jesus wasn't real. But I'm currently unconvinced. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, when I pray to Doug, I get all tingling in my tummy. Amazing evidence of his divinity. Praise Doug and Sharon. Absolutely praise Doug and Sharon. I'm so happy that when you pray, you feel the workings of Doug inside of you. That's how you know that Doug's real. And Ed, again, thank you for the $5 super chat. Spicy cooking. We're going to be spicy cooking. And Eric with the $5 super chat says, imagine being a hammer guy, idly wondering what this guy did to get crucified for sheer annoyingness. Then he starts reciting poetry up there. That's pretty good. Can you imagine just be a guy like you literally just showed up to work? Like you just it's another day at work. There's going to be people hammered to the cross. You're doing your job like normal. You're hammering people to the cross. And this dude's up here just reciting, the Psalms of David. Maximilian, thank you so much for gifting 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, I really appreciate that. That's very generous. And Deep Burrito, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, the irony of a carpenter's son getting nailed to 2 planks of wood. It is wild. It is wild, guys. But just remember, Jesus was hung. So he had that going for him. And Ligma, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. So the Lord Doug said, verily I say unto thee, he who did not click the like button shall not be permitted to pass through the gates of heaven. Big W, that is straight from the word of Doug. I believe you. Hail, Doug. Thank you so much, Ligma. And welcome to the Kraken crew, Marduk. Good to see you finally in the Kraken crew. And we got 2 more super chats, guys. Baz Kuda, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, can't stay long as it's already past midnight. Here already. We'll watch tomorrow. Just stop by to pay my tithes. Their rock is not like our rock. Our enemies are fools. Deuteronomy 32:31. Thank you so much. Praise Doug. Thank you so much, Baz. I'm glad you stopped by, and I hope you enjoy the show tomorrow. And last one, 123 Berserk. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, what is the easiest way to prove moon landings in 1969? Listen, here's the thing. To someone who doesn't believe that we landed on the moon, there's nothing you can tell them that would convince them otherwise. That's all there is to it. Sorry that is the way it is, but there is nothing you can tell them that will ever convince them that they landed on the moon. But personally, I think the blue dot picture is pretty good evidence. Flickmeister or Flockmeister, you got some echo. I think you might have me on speakerphone. Can you turn your speakerphone down, or can you turn I put some Bluetooth earphones in or something so I can't hear myself talking through your phone?
Okay. No, I can't hear you.
Well, I don't hear the echo anymore. You might have turned it down too much.
I just have my phone. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work.
It typically works. It's working right now, but there's a little bit of an echo. Mezzo, you used to be.
If I turn it down, then I can't hear you. So
okay, you might have to get some headphones. I'm sorry about that. It'll drive.
I do have a Bluetooth ear. I have a Bluetooth earpiece.
Yeah, pop it in.
Yeah. I don't know if the mic's any good on it.
That'll be all right.
Okay.
All right, so the echo is gone. No, the echo's not gone. Give me a second. Hold on, your connection's starting to fade out. All right, let's see if that worked. So I don't hear the echo anymore.
Okay, now.
And I can hear you just fine.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay, this will work. Okay, yeah, okay, great. I'm over 18. I'm working on my fourth 18. I've passed 3 18s, and I'm almost to the fourth one. I've been an atheist for 5.5 years.
Congratulations.
I was 64 years old when I deconverted. Yeah, and I had this idea. I found you just like a week or two ago, and I just went crazy binging you. And I really like your unnecessary suffering argument. And I had a similar thought. I thought it might augment. I'll tell you what it is, and then if you think it's useful, whatever.
Sure.
But it's just I'm really thrilled to talk to you. Okay, in Genesis 3, they sin and God comes down. What have you done? And He lists out the consequences of the fall.
Right.
And it's like you won't like snakes. Snakes won't like you. It'll hurt to have a baby. Farming is hard. You sweat, thorns and thistles, and then the thing about the woman, the weird relationship between, she'll desire her husband, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's the fall. If that's all it was, that would be fair. Where the hell did all this other stuff come from?
The natural disasters don't make any sense.
He's a liar.
Yeah.
The natural disasters aren't listed in here's the list. And then you give an excuse and say, well, that's part of the fall. Bullshit.
That's not in there.
He should have said so.
Right.
So that was my thought.
I'm with you. The story would read entirely differently if Yahweh says, listen, if you eat this fruit, I'm going to create natural disasters and needlessly execute 100,000 people a year. There will be nothing but disease for the rest of eternity. Children will die in infancy from, bone cancer. I believe if God said all those things to Adam and Eve, they would have been like, oh shit, maybe we shouldn't eat the fruit. But He didn't tell me any of that. Yeah. And it's clear from the New Testament that God planned for them to eat the fruit. That's why Jesus was slain before the foundation of the world, according to the New Testament.
It was a total setup.
Yeah, it was a setup. I agree.
It's such a bullshit story. It's just really irritating. And I think that the person that wrote chapter 1 or the committee that wrote first chapter didn't, because the second story is actually the older one, so they say, oh, this is crap. We're going to clean it all up and make it all, describe why we have the Sabbath and all this stuff. And it was supposed to be like a temple dedication thing. So, yeah.
You should check into some of the writings of Michael Goulder. He's passed now, but he's got some interesting stuff you might enjoy. But
I'm having trouble. I just can't sit still and read. I watch a lot of YouTube, and I love to watch critical scholars discuss things.
Right.
You want to see why I'm called Flockmeister, or I call myself Flockmeister?
Sure.
You got a second?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on.
People in the TikTok comments are saying you should block me now. When people are asking to be blocked, I mean, you might just get blocked. Oh, you got birds?
This is one of the flock.
What's his name? Or her?
These are ceramic, huh?
Is it a her or him?
Yeah, I didn't name the. It's a hen. Yeah, it's a little hen. I've got a bunch of roosters, but this is a full-grown chicken. You see, it's tiny.
Yeah.
It's a bantam breed called Cerberus. They're from Indonesia, and somebody gave me 2 of them. These are one of the offspring, but I've got 7 hens and as many little tiny roosters.
Big W. Well, best of luck to you.
Fun.
Flockmeister, it's good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well, and don't be a stranger.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I won't. One more thing. Go ahead and mention. I joined RFR just after I deconverted, and that's my community. I'm stuck here in the country. My family members still believe in everybody to talk to. And RFR is really great.
Flockmaster, you're breaking up really bad. We can't really hear what you're saying.
All right.
Sorry, it's a little choppy. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming through. We'll talk to you soon. Okay. Cheers, brother.
Okay. Thanks.
A big W for Flockmaster. I love me some birds. My father grew up on a farm. He said something interesting that I'll never forget. He talked about how hard it was to eat the meat as a kid growing up on the farm, because you have to kill the animals and you get attached to them. I don't know how anyone could have, birds or cows or anything like that, like raise the animals and then eat them. I don't know if I could do it. I'd have to go, wait for them to die naturally or something. Ligma, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, quick word about your choice of PhD field and any potential dissertation topics in mind early. Parker, thank you for the glasses. I appreciate that. No, I actually started on my PhD dissertation topic. I'll be doing a seriology, basically the same thing as Josh Bowen, and I'll be writing on the cedar forest mythology as it shows up in the Old Testament. There's a lot of cedar forest mythology that kind of finds itself in the Old Testament. I'm going to tease all that out. Some people have mentioned it in commentaries here or there, but I don't think anyone's really written anything thoroughly on the topic. But so I think I'll be the first one to really address it in a way that is comprehensive. So that's the plan right now. 123 Berserk, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, you think Christians in NFL actually read the Bible? No, they don't. Except for Reggie White. Reggie White was actually a minister. He used to hold prayer after the games. That's an old reference. He's been retired for a long time. But Cage, fecal fight death match. Wonderful name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, thank you for helping to expose the last safe bastion of insanity, religion. I know, right? Religion and politics is where you'll find most of the crazies, but we're doing our best. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Kurt. I appreciate that. And 2 more super chats. Visible, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, guest, I love your dinosaur wallpaper. I know, I was wondering if we would tell us the background story of a dinosaur wallpaper, but I liked it too. And Second Council of Claremont, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, Genesis 3:17, cursed is the ground because of you. Yeah, I mean, you're trying to say, why are there natural disasters? But cursing the ground in Genesis 3 is clearly a reference to his ability to farm the ground, not to natural disasters, unless you think a tsunami is the ground. GH, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, tell Flockmasters stick around. I know you did, but Tic Tac comments was saying it more. Yet, I mean, everyone loves a good pet on screen. You can have pets on screen. You just can't have kids on screen. TikTok don't like that at all. And Grim, thank you for the 666. Praise Doug. He is my rock. He's all of our rocks. We can't change that. So if you agree with this sentiment, never take Doug for granted, guys. He is the rock of salvation. I'm trying to get Hisai from the TikTok queue to connect. They're having a little bit of trouble connecting, but we'll give them a second, see if they'll connect. And then we've got 2 other people on TikTok waiting to get in, and some people over on YouTube as well. So we'll get somebody in here. We'll get somebody to connect. It'll happen. Hisai's have a little bit of trouble connecting, so I guess we'll move on to our next guest and see if that's better. Oh, they disconnected real fast. Listen, somebody's going to connect. All right, guys, we're going to get somebody. Adam's asking, hi, Justin. Thank you for super chat, by the way. It says, hi, Justin. I'm curious what your opinion on the new data science and stylometric research coming out about the misdisposition about Jesus. So I like stylometric analysis. I think the big thing that's going to be missing from the stylometric analysis is taking into account the philology and also taking into account the Paleontology, not paleontology. What's the word I'm looking for? The word's escaping me now. Anyways, there's a study of written script in the ancient world, and it's a little more difficult to assess when something was written and written by who than just the frequency of language and things like that. That is helpful, by the way. It's very helpful, but it's still, there's a lot more work to be done. Paleography, there we go, not paleontology. Paleography, thank you so much. I think if they can get in contact with a good paleographer and work in unison. So I know Matt and Jaron. I think they're great. I love what they're doing, but I think when it comes to dating texts and finding authorship for texts, I think you need more than just stylometric analysis. I think you need to include good paleography as well, and I think they'll probably get there. Chris, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, between you and Bart Ehrman, people have a set of fantastic biblical scholars on YouTube. Please keep up the work of debunking biblical accuracy. I will do my best, Chris, and I don't know if I would count myself in the same category as Bart Ehrman. He's a true scholar. I've got a bachelor's and a master's. I'll hopefully be starting my PhD in 2026. But he's phenomenal, and he's been incredibly helpful in my journey. So if I could be, helpful in somebody else's journey, that would make me incredibly happy. We've got someone named Seth waiting to get in on the YouTube queue, but it's hard to tell if they're actually fully connected or not, because it looks like they're kind of got a waiting signal. Seth, are you with us? Because it shows that you're connected, but it's giving me like a loading symbol on Video Ninja. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. I don't think Seth is actually with us, being that I pulled Seth in and I don't hear anything from Seth. So we'll come up, Seth. If you get a better connection, come on back and we'll do what we can. All right, let's get Pitt in here. Pitt, welcome in.
Yo, Deconstruction.
Hey, great mustache.
Oh, thanks, dude. Hey, I've been a long fan. Just wanted to say you're the best, dude.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Big W.
And you know who never lies?
Who's that?
The Tooth Fairy.
Hell yeah. Praise the Holy Tooth Fairy. Isn't she great?
Hell yeah.
I'm looking forward
the prophecy always came true.
Yeah, the Tooth Fairy prophecy has never failed. I've never heard a Tooth Fairy prophecy fail yet. So
that's true. Yes, sir. Well, cheers, man.
Hey, thanks so much. Good to hear from you, Pitt.
All right, see ya.
Let's get some Tooth Fairy emojis in the chat, y'all. Did I load up Tooth Fairy emojis on YouTube? I know we got Tooth Fairy emojis on TikTok. We've had Tooth Fairy emojis on TikTok for a while. I might have to get it loaded up this week. Diana, do you have headphones you can plug in? Because your speakerphone is echoing back into your microphone right now. Or maybe you can turn your speakerphone down.
No, I don't have headphones.
Okay, can you turn your speakerphone way down? Maybe. We'll see. We will see.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. And the echo's gone.
But I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me? What do you do?
You can't hear me?
Oh shit, now the echo's back.
Oh
shit, now the echo's back.
That's some weird stuff.
Yeah, you got some weird stuff.
Can you hear me better?
They got some weird stuff.
I can hear you. You got a lot of weird feedback. I don't know what's going on with your system over there, but it sounds like you're driving. Are you driving right now?
No.
Okay. Are you? Okay. Am I in speaker?
I think that may be the issue.
Yeah. Turn it way down. Better? No, not so much. All right, get some headphones and coming back, okay?
Okay.
All right, cheers. All right, we're going to keep on moving here, guys. Let me grab John from TikTok. Oh, while we're waiting for John to load up, Tim, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Tim says PH Doug is greater than PhD. That's right. Doug does not require you to get a PhD to witness the good message of Dougism. And Flanker420, thank you for the super chat. It says, can you one day show us how 666 or 616 is derived from Nero? Curious how that's done. Yeah, I'll just do it right now. Hold on. Let's do it right now. I put together some Gematria a while back to show you the numbering. So let me get this off the screen. So if you do the Hebrew Gematria, it comes out Neron Kaiser is 666, and Neron Kaiser is got the nominal Greek ending. So in both Latin and Hebrew and in Greek, there are like nominal ways of forming words, kind of like in English, we would say a nominal way of making a past tense verb would be to add an ed to it. Right. So we've got like nominal endings to various words. So the nominal ending in Greek for Neron Kaiser would be, the N, or in Hebrew would be a noon. So that comes out to 666. That's why the Greek manuscripts that have the Greek rendering of Nero's name say 666. Whereas in the Latin manuscripts where Nero is spelled in the Latinized form, where it says Nero Kaiser, the Latin manuscripts all say 616, at least the early ones. And these variants were really well known. In fact, one of the variants became so popular that eventually it got translated from Latin back into Greek. And we even have a Greek manuscript, an ancient Greek manuscript that was known to the church fathers that say 616 in Greek. But typically it's retained in the Latin manuscripts. We have one other Greek manuscript that says 606, which is wild because if you take Gaius Kaiser, which is another name for the Caesar, and you do Hebrew Gematria to it, it comes out to 606. So all of the manuscripts we have, whether it's 616 or 606 or 666, all of them are referring to Nero. All of them are referring to Caesar. They understood this prophecy to be about the Caesar. Chick Magnate, thank you for the $5 super chat, and says, thanks for letting me on. I love your approach to debating. I don't watch the Hang Up live anymore. Well, thank you so much, Chick Magnate. And I appreciate the support. And looks like we've got Seth is back with us and has a better connection. So let's grab Seth from our YouTube queue. And Dade, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says, excuse me, hail Doug, and God is imaginary. Big W. I appreciate that, Dave. Hail Doug. Seth, your connection looks perfect, pristine this time. How you doing?
I think it's just the face. I really do.
Maybe.
Nice.
So you've got 3 bars. They're yellow, but they're not red, so you should be okay.
Well, I'm poor, so
it happens.
I can't help it.
It happens. Yeah. Are you in the Bible Belt?
Yes, sir. I am. Yes, sir. Of course.
God don't like his own people.
Apparently not.
so
no, I'm with you.
Are you?
I grew up a Christian, of course. No, man. You have to have that shit force fed down my throat. But no, but I agree with you. But however, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Okay. I believe you. Christianity and stuff like that, it's a product of our age and our environment. But wouldn't Christians then be, honestly, they're believing in this, but wouldn't they be atheists too? If both of them, if Christianity is not true, wouldn't they be in the same boat with atheism?
I mean, they'd be in the same ultimate end point, but I think when we talk about atheism, we're talking about, whether or not somebody has a belief or a lack of belief. So they certainly believe, even if the thing they believe in is not true. So I think that's the thing that separates us,
Okay.
Even if we all do end up being, fertilizer.
I just think, honestly, like Christianity, like Hinduism, it's just like all reincarnations, like being born again. In a way, it's just like, yeah, you're not going to be the same person, but you're going to be back on this earth.
I mean, that's their belief.
Or is that just crazy?
I mean, I'm a stone cold atheist. I don't believe there's anything after death, but I understand that most religions provide some sort of, post-death living, whether it's reincarnation or heaven or hell or.
Right. So no spiritualism or anything like that.
Not for
because
me.
you can't prove it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All
But
right.
I would say this: if there's a God, for me, it's to me it's illogical that there's a God out there that would, if there's an afterlife, would make you suffer for merely not knowing he or she existed. If there's a God, I would definitely think that they'd be much more concerned about our behavior than whether or not we believe the right thing.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that because I don't believe in a God either. But what about just believing in yourself?
I do that.
Is that a, yeah.
Yeah. Big W for believing in yourself.
Yeah. And I think that's where it all lies, really and truly. You don't need a religion and stuff like that. Honestly, I think one of the best verses from the Bible is know thyself.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
I agree. Well, listen, Seth, it's good to hear from you, my friend.
I love your stuff.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
Right,
I'll
have a
keep
great
on
one.
watching. Yeah, you too.
All right, guys. We got some people waiting to get in. I think we'll get a debate in here. We've got Adam coming back on our YouTube queue. So we'll see if Adam can connect this time around. Adam could not connect this time around. Adam, the Holy Spirit does not want you to connect tonight. I've tried to bring you in twice, and both times your connection dropped out. Didn't work so good. You want to try a third? I see you're back in the box. We'll try a third time. We'll see if you get connected. There we go.
Am I in?
Yeah, you're in this time.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, welcome in, Adam.
Hey, man. I just, you're going to hate me. I've got two questions. First off, I'm glad that Spanky got to experience the rock hard fullness of Doug.
Mm-hmm.
I love seeing the collaboration. I got in right at the tail end of when you talked to someone else asking you about mythicism, and then another Adam sent you a super chat about mythicism, and that was my question.
Okay.
But I just wanted to know maybe where you have I'm a fan of Dr. Richard Carrier's work, like on the historicity of Jesus, and the work that he's done with the peer-reviewed work there. I was just curious if you've read it or seen any of his work, and what your disagreements would be with his take on mythicism. If you had, maybe I was just curious to see where your disagreements would be with his work. And I appreciate the way you debate as like more of a scholarly approach. So I didn't know if you had checked out some of his work since it is a peer-reviewed work, and if you knew anything about it.
So I'm familiar with his book. I actually own it. I haven't got around to reading it yet. My friend Denise sent me a copy of it earlier this year. So it's on my to-do list, but I actually haven't read it. So I don't know if I could actually engage in Carrier's arguments because I don't know what his arguments are. But typically the mythicist position relies on putting Paul first, and then demonstrating that Paul was talking about somebody who was crucified and resurrected in the heavens, not really on earth. And I don't find that to be compelling. I think if you read the whole of Paul's letters, he's very clear that Jesus was a physical human being born on the planet who suffered like a man because he was the man born of a woman. I don't think Paul believed that Jesus was crucified and resurrected in the heavens. So I think that particular argument is not very compelling to me. I think the Gospels have a lot of weird stuff in them that you could classify as mythology, like stuff that was clearly added later. But there's a remnant of stuff in the Gospels too that they don't make a lot of sense if you think that it was all just made up fiction. So there's a lot of stuff that seems to be like it. You're familiar with the criterion of embarrassment. There's a lot of stuff in there that, like, if somebody was just writing a fictional story, there's a lot of stuff in there that they wouldn't think to include, especially not about a mythological figure. So for me, that's why I think it's more likely that, what we have in the Gospels and the writings of Paul are talking about a real individual. But that doesn't mean I actually believe everything it says. Like, what the Gospel says he did 100 things, I think he probably only did 5 of them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And even Dr. Carrier, I think he uses like the Bayesian method to come to the conclusion that there's a 1 in 3 chance that he existed, but it's not enough to convince him he existed, but there is a chance. But you're right. Paul is one of the big things that he leans on in his argument. But he also relies on and I know you would be really familiar with like the mystery cults of the surrounding, like the Osiris cults and things like that. He more likens the Jesus mythology to one of the mystery cults, where they created this figure and then kind of deified him and did all that. Yeah, I was just curious of your opinion on that. And then just like a random Q&A question. I'm a musician. What kind of music do you like to listen to?
I still really enjoy a lot of classic rock. I love 70s and 80s and even some early 90s. I love Guns N' Roses and Aerosmith, and but I also still really like the punk rock revival movement. I think punk rock revival was better than the original punk rock.
Okay. Yeah. I've got a Grateful Dead tattoo on my arm, so I just didn't know where we lined up on all that. But I like the old 80s metal. And I mean, when I say I listen to everything, if you look at my Spotify, it's literally the most random stuff you've ever seen. So I like a little bit of all of it. So I was just curious.
Well, thanks for coming up, Adam. It was good to hear from you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right. Cheers. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. We're going to get a debate going. Not a lot of people wanting to debate. I assume that the Holy Spirit is weak tonight. We'll see if we can get somebody to debate with us. But, things being what they are, Dr. Joe, good to see you. Thank you so much for the hand hearts, Dr. Joe. I appreciate that. Guys, if you're deconstructing or you're recovering from addictions or you're going through a hard spot in life, I recommend getting in contact with my friend, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is a licensed PhD holding therapist, and she's amazing. So she's actually in our TikTok chat right now. She's got a TikTok channel and she's got a YouTube channel. So definitely get a hold of Dr. Joe. She's also in our Discord community, guys. If you join our Discord, you can dialogue with a lot of us offline. So looks like we got Nucleo Tidal Wave. How you doing?
Hi.
Nucleo, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and no.
Oh, so
yes,
you're at least 18 and you're not a believer. Okay. Fantastic. How you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm not here to debate. But I just wondering if you have any book recommendations. The topic that you're trying to debate on reminded me of a book called Zealot by Reza Aslan.
Aslan, yeah.
And I was thinking about getting it, but I'm not sure. And if not that, also wondering if you have any other book recommendations that you know of.
So it's a good start. So Reza Aslan is an actual scholar. He's a historian. I've got the Zealot. I read it a long time ago when it came out, and it's not bad. I wouldn't classify it in the same vein as like actual Christian scholars. I think Christian scholars have done a little deeper dive on the historical Jesus. That being said, let's see. I can't think of a lot of books that really talk about Jesus not being the Messiah. I think Bart Ehrman wrote on this topic. How did Jesus become God? I haven't read the book, but I've read enough of Bart Ehrman's book to know that it's probably good.
Okay.
That being said, I'm currently writing a book right now that's going to hopefully be published this year. On all the failed prophecies and the supposed prophecies in the Gospels, and it's going to be a really deep dive. We're going into the Greek and Hebrew, and also the Aramaic texts, and showing where the New Testament authors changed the text to make it say things it didn't say, and what the words meant in their original context. And it's going to be really good. But I don't know of a lot of people that wrote on it, even though it's been a popular topic for debates. They've been debating this ever since the beginning. If you read like the writings of Porphyry, or not the writings of Porphyry, but if you read the dialogues with Porphyry or like the dialogue with Celsus, they talk about this kind of stuff. So as early as the early church fathers, people have been saying he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Cheers. Oh, also, I would make one recommendation. Get yourself a good study Bible. Get like a New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. They'll tell you what the prophecies actually meant in the original context. They're very brief because it's a study Bible. You can only put so much notes in it. You know what I mean? But this would be a really good place to start.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Love that name, nucleotidal wave. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I do like that. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Arian, thank you for the 99 Canadian cent super chat. Big W. And Only Clarity, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, thou shall, pun intended, love Doug with all your heart. But if you don't, Doug's cool and won't threaten to roast you for eternity like lame ass Yahweh. Yeah, that's 100% right. Only Clarity. Listen, Doug is not a vengeful deity. Doug only wants to give you the good kind of stoned. He is here for you. Welcome, Bran. Bran, are you with us? Bran, did you get up here by accident? Bran, not so much. Okay, all right. Well, come on back if you, if you get the unction. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Sapient Cephalopod. Thank you so much for the 616 for Nero Caesar. It says rowdy cult leader gets arrested for flipping a temple. Religious leadership gets the government to enforce the law. Cult has an epic cope, I believe. That's actually my rundown of events. Like, if you ask me what actually happened, that's my take on it. That's what I think happened. You got a guy that got out of hand and the government had to act, and they did what their law said was supposed to be done. Took them out. Diana, welcome back. Are you with us this time?
I hope so. Can you hear me better?
Well, I can definitely hear you. I don't think that was ever a problem. I think the problem was that I was hearing me as well in your microphone, but we're good to go, I think.
Okay, perfect. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
Very good. Dana, are you at least 18 or are you a believer?
Both, yes.
Cool. And did you know that Jesus was a fraud?
I don't know about that. But I'm just here because I have to tell you something.
Sure, you got a message from God?
Kind of.
Wow, we love those. What you got for me?
Not a message, actually. So I was born in Cuba. I was raised in a non-believing environment, socialism and all of that. I'm from Miami. So the only thing, I'm from Cuba, but now I live in Miami. So I was an atheist. I didn't hate God. I was just, living my life. The only thing is, I have encountered the supernatural. And I don't know if you have encountered any supernatural things.
Nah.
Because that's the only way that I was drawn to the truth.
Sure.
And the supernatural is real.
I'm sure you were.
Okay? Because I was living my life, whatever, but the supernatural came to me, okay, and I became a believer. Every single day, I see the Bible is the truth because
why do you think the Bible is true?
I understand now. Just hear me out. So, but I never read the Bible. I would never believe it's the truth until I encounter the supernatural.
Wait. I think the Bible being true has nothing to do with the supernatural being true. Like, it could be possible that you had supernatural experiences. It would also still be true that the Bible's not.
No, but they were related. They were biblical.
So?
That's why, anyways.
Is the Bible true in everything that it says?
A few weeks, let me finish the thing.
So you just came up to give a speech. You didn't actually come up to dialogue with me?
No. I can get to the point. Don't
Well,
worry.
listen, if I wanted to hear a speech, I would just like tune into a podcast and listen to a sermon or something.
No, but this is for you. This is for you. This is not for me. This is for you.
Oh, this is the
especially
message
for
from
you.
God. Okay, all right, go for it.
Yes. So a few weeks, so I started listening to your podcast, and I hated it. I'm like, I hate him. He's bad. I hate him. I don't want to deal with him. I don't want to talk to him.
I'd hate me too.
But so I'm honest. And you know what? No one is perfect. You're a child. You're a person made on the image of God, and you have all the gifts that God gave us, and you have the same rights as everyone else, because no one is perfect. So a few weeks ago, the Lord gave me a dream about you and I talking in the podcast.
What kind of dream? Was it spicy?
I know when God gives me dreams, because it's nothing that I expect. So and when God gave me this dream, when the Lord gave me this dream, I'm like, Lord, I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk in this podcast. Please, I don't want to do it. So I delayed it. But the conviction kept on my heart. So the other day, I received a revelation. And the Lord told me, or revealed to me, he said, he's not as bad as you think. Actually, he's probably better than you were before you got saved.
I promise I'm better than, better than you think.
I. Because he showed me that I believe you have kids, right?
I don't think it's wise for me to talk about my personal life, being that people that still believe this nonsense send me death threats.
Do you have kids?
Yeah, I've talked about this, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you have kids, so you're a parent. You feel love for the kid. I don't have kids. So on that, you have the grace of God. You also defended, I believe in one of your podcasts, you defended you said that the Muslim was not the truth because they do a lot of pedophile, like they're pedophiles or whatever.
Yep.
So on that, God also showed me that you are better, like you're a good person. So you deserve an opportunity like everyone else. And at the end of the day, look at Paul. Paul was a lost case and he was saved. And he received the revelation from the Lord. And he was an unbeliever. So you're going to win me on any debate that we do here because your pride is too thick for me to trespass.
My pride?
But I hope...
You mean my knowledge?
Yeah, I hope that everything that I told you today is the truth.
It's not.
And Jesus loves you.
He's fake. He's not real. Zeus loves you, though, Diana. Diana, when are you going to start worshiping Zeus? He'll give you way better dreams than Jesus. If you see what Zeus does to people in their dreams, you'll have a good time.
I don't worship a killer of babies or anything like that.
Oh,
Satan.
Well, you got a problem then, because your God kills all kinds of babies.
Like okay, no. They started killing the babies first.
He enjoys
killing the babies first.
Your God says.
Listen, I'm just.
Diana,
let's go back. If you.
Your God says that He enjoys it. He says He enjoys doing it. In Deuteronomy 28:63. In fact, let me put it on the screen. It says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. God's okay with that. Listen, if he's got to whack a couple babies, he'll have the babies whacked. There's no problem with that in your religion.
Say that he's okay with that. Those are your words.
Those
are your words.
No, that's what the Bible says. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen again.
No, the Bible doesn't say. I like that.
We'll try again. We'll read it again. It says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. Those aren't my words. That's what your Bible says.
Okay, and you need to look at the context. You need to be.
I know the context.
Intellectual honest.
I am.
Intellectually honest.
What's the context, Diana?
The people were worshiping Baal. The people were worshiping Baal,
Right.
which is Satan. And
Right.
they were killing babies.
Oh,
And they were
it doesn't say
ignoring
that.
God.
It doesn't say that.
They were ignoring God once again and once again. And God was suffering, watching all those kids being burned.
So it's okay to kill babies
God
as long
was
as their parents are
suffering,
bad.
and those babies are in heaven. Those babies are in heaven.
Okay, so then you have no problem with abortion.
But the Lord, no, on the contrary.
She's stuck in a loop.
The Lord says
she can't
in
stop
another
talking.
part of the Bible, he says that he never allowed that, because in the law of the Lord, he never says that killing is fine.
But he commanded
That's
it.
Something that humans started. No.
Yeah, he did.
That's a lie.
No, he does. Want me to show you in passages where? I'll show you in passages where he does.
That's a lie.
What would you like me to show you?
That's a lie.
Dan, do you want me to show you?
No, that's a lie.
Dan, do you want me to show you where he has? I'll just show it to you since you can't stop talking. So if you actually just read your Bible, there's like a dozen examples at least where God is like going to kill babies and have babies killed. The first we're going to find in the book of Samuel. Do you know the prophet Eli? Like, are you familiar with the prophet Eli in the book of Samuel? Dana?
You can read me that version. You can read me that the part of the Bible.
Right, but I'm assuming you don't know the stories. That's why I'm asking you the background information. When I talk about the priest Eli, do you know who that is in the Bible?
I don't remember him.
Okay, I'll explain it to you.
I'm in the New Testament now.
I know. Old Testament's scary. I get it. Okay, so the priest Eli has two sons named Hophni and Phinehas, and Hophni and Phinehas are scoundrels, and God is upset with Eli. He's upset that Eli has allowed his two sons to be scoundrels, even though they're serving in the priestly family, right? So God sends a prophet to tell Eli.
They were disobedient children.
So God sends a prophet to tell Eli that because you've allowed your sons to behave this way, I'm going to cast judgment on your entire household. And this is in 1 Samuel chapter 2. It says, see, a time is coming when I will cut off your strength and the strength of your ancestors' family. No one in your family shall ever live to old age. The only one of whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall be spared to weep out his eyes and grieve his heart. All the members of your household shall die by the sword. So this is pretty clear. God says, I'm going to kill all the members of your household for your behavior. And as it turns out, that's literally what happens. If you fast forward to where this prophecy gets fulfilled in 1 Samuel 22, this is fulfilled when all of the children in the great-grandchildren's house under Ahimelech the priest, when they're all wiped out, says, the king said to the guard who stood around him, turn and kill the priests of the Lord, because their hand also is with David. And they knew that he had fled and did not disclose it to me. But the servants of the king would not raise a hand to attack the priests of the Lord. Then the king said to Dog, you, Dog, turn and attack the priests. Dog the Edomite turned and attacked the priests, and on that day he killed 85 who wore the linen ephod. Nob, the city of the priests, he put to the sword, men and women, children, infants, oxen, donkey, and sheep he put to the sword. So God had all the people in the household of Eli into like the fourth generation brutally executed by the sword. That counts as baby murdering. Do you see the problem here, Diana?
I don't see any problem there, and Eli didn't have any problem either.
Okay, so it's okay to execute babies by the sword as long as their great-grandfather was bad?
No, it's not.
Okay, so God was wrong for doing that.
No, listen, God is not a hypocrite.
Okay, I'm sorry, did the babies do something wrong?
God, basically, there's a context for that.
Right, what's the context?
Where those children were betraying the town of Israel, the people of Israel.
They were infants.
Listen, it's okay. It's okay if you want to betray someone.
Here, Diana, I know you weren't listening because you got like the Jesus blood in your eyes and ears, but listen to what it says. It says he killed 85 of the priests, and then he said the city of the priests he put to the sword, men and women, children and infants. The infants did not betray anybody, Diana. Do you think that infants are guilty of betrayal?
What do you mean those infants were from who? From which household?
It's from the household
From
of
which household?
the household of Ahimelech, the grandson of Eli.
Okay, so the parents, and the Bible says it, in some areas, because Jesus already redeemed us all. Because remember that
Great-great-grandparents.
Jesus also died. Jesus also died. He suffered. God suffered himself.
Well, needlessly. He didn't have to suffer for anything.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's trying to build his people. And at the end of the day,
There we go. They'll justify anything.
To the parents.
I love how hypocritical they are. They start out by saying that they wouldn't worship a God that killed babies, and then I show them where God kills babies, and they're like, "Well, it's okay if God kills babies." So the amount of hypocrisy that you're issuing out here right now in this live is embarrassing. You said you would never worship a God that kills babies. Then I show you where God kills babies, and you're like, "Oh, it's okay that God's killing babies." So do you retract your previous statement when you said you wouldn't worship a God that kills babies? Do you retract that?
First of all, God, what he's doing is he's punishing the parents
by killing the babies. I know.
Children are going astray to heaven. Why?
Oh, okay. So it's okay to kill babies.
No, it's not okay to kill babies. You're misunderstanding me.
So then God did something that's not okay?
If you live in the Hitler era.
The what era?
And you know that you have to move
the Hitler era. What are you talking about?
Germany. If you know that you have to move out.
I'm sorry.
Out of
is
Germany.
Knob in Germany? Is that a city of Germany?
Whatever, man. So if you're living in the times of Hitler, right, and you have children, like Jews children,
but these people lived like
you're the parents,
2,000 years prior to Hitler.
To stay in Germany,
actually 3,000 years. You're off by about 3,000.
Humans haven't changed. We're still fall short from the glory of God.
Okay, so then it's still okay to kill babies.
We need a savior.
I think you need a savior, not me.
So let's say
you think it's okay to kill babies, not me.
Children. Okay, that's what I'm saying. What is embarrassing is that you are dishonest. That you read the Bible to your convenience. That you're leading people astray from the truth.
Okay, so more crying.
Because if you read the Bible,
I've read the Bible. You haven't. That's why you don't know that this passage was even there.
As an imperfect human being.
Lapaquette, thank you for the hand hearts. Diana, listen, I'd love to have an actual dialogue with you. I don't know if you're actually capable of having a dialogue. It sounds like you just want to like talk forever, which is why I keep interrupting you. So I guess I'll just ask you, would you like to have an honest dialogue, or do you want to just preach? Because I'm perfectly open to having a dialogue where we don't talk over each other.
Okay, you can invite me to coffee one day and we can continue the dialogue.
But I'm sorry, we're not having coffee. I doubt you're in my state.
Okay, no problem. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time today.
I don't date Christians either.
Take care.
All right, well, have a good one.
And remember
I'll pray to Doug for you, okay? Have a great one. God is not sending his best, guys. He's just not. But she tried. We'll give her an A for effort. That was the best she had. It wasn't good, but that's all she had. Yeah, stalker vibes for sure. I Heart Dogs, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I just obtained the Old Testament pseudepigrapha edited by James H. Charlesworth. Amazing grab. There's 2 volumes, guys. Get both volumes. It says, I've never read Enoch. There are so many texts in it. Where should I start? Also, I grabbed 4th edition of the New Oxford Annotated Bible. Big W for getting the New Oxford. If you're going to read the Jewish pseudepigrapha, Enoch's a good place to start. Enoch is heavily used in the Jewish community, so that's a good place to start. You might also want to read like the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. The Testament of the 12 Patriarchs are kind of important. That shows up in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it seems to be somewhat important. Like, and you might also look at the Ascension of Isaiah. That's worth reading as well. And then after that, just play hopscotch, see what you find. There's a bunch of really good stuff in there. Both of those texts are fabulous texts. I mean, especially for the price that you pay. Oh my gosh, you're getting a whole library for the price. It's amazing. But yeah, thanks for letting me know, Heart Dogs. And Evan, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says Christians must be busy. You know what? To Micah 5:2, 100%. Yeah, that's what's happening. They're reading Micah 5:2, and they're thinking about that dominion. They're thinking long and hard about that dominion. Thank you, Ben Jones, for the $10 super chat. It says, my friend is a Buddhist in Thailand, and he posted a pic of the Buddha sitting with a halo in heaven. It came to me that Jesus and Buddha are so eerily similar. Buddha influence maybe on Christians. There have been a lot of people that have speculated whether or not there's Buddhist influence on, the teachings of Jesus. And I don't know if that is the case. Only because there's not a ton of Asian influence in the ancient Near East. They're pretty far apart. They really are. It's not that there wasn't it's not that there was zero influence. There was definitely some influence. But I don't think it's as drastic as people, as it might first appear. Despite the fact that God did bring all the animals from China over to the ancient Near East so they can board Noah's Ark, and then the penguins had to waddle back to Antarctica, and the koalas had to go home, and the panda bears had to go back to China. Optimus Rhymes, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the only prophecies Jesus fulfilled were messianic prophecies. Yeah, that's it, right? They are messy too. GH, thank you for the super chat. Says a few weeks ago, yep, Colin Cap. Yeah, that's not a good start to recounting a story when the story happened a few weeks ago. I don't think you remember those details. And Kurt, big W for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. I think Mitchell came back. Let me grab Mitchell for my queue. And Mike, thank you so much for the 606. Says, even though Doug is the Genesiest God there is, the weight of his logic crushes the theist. Big W, he is. The Doug puns are unbelievable. I got to start a tab on the Deconstruction cheat sheet of just Doug puns, because we've got so many good ones. If you guys have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet, put some comments on there for me so I can add them later when you find them. Texas Panhandler, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says context. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. And I finally get that reference, even though I haven't watched the movie. I had to look that one up. But thank you, Texas Panhandler. They never know what that is. They don't know what context means, and they sure as heck don't know what the context is. Like if you ask them what the context of a passage is, they have no idea. They think you don't know the context. They really don't know the context. It's wild that they'll sit there to your face and say that you don't know the context when they don't know it. Mitchell, welcome in. You got a little bit of echo. Can you turn your speakerphone down or plug earphones in?
Yes, I can turn it down. Can you hear me better now?
Well, I could hear you the whole time. I just didn't want to hear me echoing through your microphone.
Oh, I apologize. Is the echo gone, or is it still affecting the call?
It's still there a little bit. If you have Bluetooth headphones, that would be really helpful. How bad is the echo, guys? Let me know if it's bad right now. Sometimes it's worse for the audience than it is for me. Oh, they're saying they can't hear you. So your audio is low and mine is echoing. Cool.
Pop those Bluetooth headphones on.
All right, pop some headphones in.
Yeah, I popped the headphones on. Is that working?
All right, so the echo's gone. I'm going to turn your microphone up so we can hear you louder. Let's try it now.
Great.
Yeah, we should be good to go. I can crank your microphone up like 800%. So as long as your microphone works, we can make you loud enough.
Beautiful.
Cool. So is it Mitchell? How your name's pronounced?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and no.
Okay, so you're at least 18 and you're no longer a believer.
Yeah, I was never a believer in my adult life. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
So, I wanted to call in to debate about more of I guess, the moral purpose of these sort of deconstruction
Wait, so
forums.
you're not a
I was
believer?
watching a lot of this. No.
Okay, so you just want to tone police then?
No, I don't want to tone police you at all.
You just
I
want to
debate
cry
the
about
actual
me having a debate platform?
value. Not necessarily.
What's the value of coming in here to a debate platform to cry and complain? Let's get some baby bottles in the chat
Well,
for Mitchell, y'all.
I don't think there would be any value to it.
Oh, well,
If I
there
was
you go.
intending to do that,
Now that's the right
wouldn't
answer.
find any
You
value.
nailed it. Congratulations. Yay, you figured it out. Cool.
So, do you find that Christianity is the only religion that is worth debunking, or is it just the most prevalent in your area?
I would say it's the most prevalent, but I don't just do Christianity. I do all religions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with your background, so I'm not intending to tone police here. I was watching a lot of this sort of atheist Christianity debates over the weekend. I happened to stumble upon your clip, so you're live on YouTube. So I thought it was a good opportunity to kind of call in and discuss the overall purpose of this line of debate in the 21st century. Because where I'm standing, this has all been covered. It's covered ground.
Cool.
And you run into this issue with these people, like the last caller, who is, basically fanatical. You're never going to convince her of this. So I don't understand the purpose of it.
Well,
just on a basic
Mitchell,
level.
just pay attention real quick. Can you see the YouTube comments?
No, I'm not. I'm watching I'm watching your website.
Well, watch this back later. Everybody in the YouTube comments, put a 1 in the comments if watching these types of debates have been helpful in your deconstruction and your learning process. Watch this back later and see how many people think that these types of debates are helpful.
Okay, will do.
Cool. All right. Have a good one. The amount of people that come up just to tone police is wild to me. I'll never understand it. All right, guys, if you're on TikTok, you already know how to join the discussion. If you're on YouTube, guys, there's a link in the comment in the description, for you to join. It's tinyurl/DZ guest. You can join in the conversation and we can have some debate. No tone policing, though. We don't really do that here. I only kept him on because he sounded like he was upset, and it would be fun to embarrass him publicly for being a nincompoop. Evan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'm an NICU, I think that's NICU nurse. And hearing these brainwashed hypocrites defending infanticide makes my blood boil. I swear they're going to give me an effing aneurysm. And I'm with you. There are few individuals on the planet I love more than puppies and babies. I love puppies and babies and kittens too. But I love babies. Like, I'm going to retire one day and just hold babies in the ICU. It would be amazing. That being said, it's you cannot convince me that there is a God out there that thinks it's okay to brutally murder infants by dashing their heads against stones, or striking them with the sword. It'll never be convincing to me ever. Just won't happen. And Ben, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, so if you go to heaven as a baby, what do you eat for nutrition? Do you stay a 2-year-old forever, or do you grow up to be an old man? Questions. These are really good questions. And my guess is everybody in heaven is kind of like at their genetic prime, whatever that prime happens to be. I don't know what that prime actually is, but that's my guess. And obviously I don't, that's not something that's cut. Well, Renee, you got really bad echo on your end. Can you turn your speakerphone way down or put some headphones in?
Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
Let me find my fucking headphones. Sorry, is that better?
We'll see. I can hear you, and I don't hear me echoing, so we must be good.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Fantastic. All right, welcome
yeah.
in. So, is it Renee? Did I say your name right?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Awesome.
I'm probably calling for a reason that you might find a bit redundant, seeing as your entire argument is against belief in general. But it's just, since I've moved to a larger town, I've been exposed to a lot more of judgmental type that have kind of receded into that extremist belief. And there's a question that I keep asking them that none of them have actually been able to give any real retort to.
So, Renee, are you a believer or not?
No. Well, at best, I'd say I'm Gnostic.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
Believe maybe in something beyond me. However, it is neither good nor bad. It is probably operating under its own set of operations.
Mm-hmm.
But my point stands. I've moved to a larger city, and when I get into, I have to take. So, bit of background. I have a very rare type of disease. It has caused me to have some pretty fucked up side effects. Sorry,
Sorry to hear that.
Probably shouldn't be saying that. Yeah, side effects from.
You can cuss
treatment,
though. Fuckity fuck, it's not a problem.
Oh, all right, cool. Cheers. You never know. Britain is a bit more lax than America. But yeah, the point is, I often, because of the way I kind of identify with the world, and I don't really care. I'll go out wearing dresses if I think I look good in dresses.
Yeah, do you, boo?
Yeah, exactly. I keep getting into these taxis because I've got these taxis funded by my kind of healthcare benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I get into cars with people trying to redeem me, and there's a question that I fundamentally arrived at that none of them are capable of really answering. They kind of get locked up around it, and I just thought I should maybe pass it on because it's a weird concept to get, but it essentially any god that demands worship will come with an afterlife of sorts. Now, that God will judge you in that afterlife, so you either get tormented for the rest of your life for the sins that you've committed, or you get to access heaven. The thing that most laymen don't understand is that these punishments are, as far as biblical texts explain, essentially eternal. And eternity is something that not even in the best of ways anyone could grasp. As in, if I was to start shuffling a deck of 52 cards, from the beginning of the universe to the end of the universe, I would only be statistically likely to pull out a repeating pattern towards the total heat death of the universe, right? So with that in mind, there is no way you can really think of fucking infinity, seeing as even a deck of cards exceeds your understanding of numbers. And any god that demands worship at the price of an eternal lifetime becomes inherently, at best, a petty child, at worst, a tyrannical dictator. And I don't believe morally that either of them should be supported, because you as a finite being have no understanding of what eternity is. The simple proof of that is in the fact that I can shuffle a deck from the beginning of my life to the end of my life and never once repeat a single pattern when placing the cards in front of me. There's more stories about that, like for example, if there was a mountain made of diamonds and a bird came to sharpen its beak every 1,000 years, then by the time that mountain had been grinded down to nothing, a single second of eternity will have passed. That is a simplification of it, because the reality is that no, not a single second of eternity will have passed, seeing as eternity is eternal. There is no quantifying eternity. And so any being that is capable of holding eternity over your head as a carrot and stick method is inherently immoral.
All right. Well, that was enough of that. No preaching, guys. It's not your platform, not your live. If you just want to come up and talk forever, you can do that on your own live. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. You're at the wrong place, though. Let's get our next guest in here. We got some super chats. Grab from My Conscience. Good to see you tonight. Says she shot her shot. See for she did actually. Yeah. What was what's her name was trying to get me up for coffee? She tried. Daddy Vet, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Jesus was a mushroom. John Allegro. Jesus was a mushroom. He was a fun guy, though. He was a fun guy. Meg, thank you for the super chat. Says I had a tear in my eye. Wait, that's the dust from Doug. Praise Doug. Absolutely. Sometimes I get Doug in both my eyes and I have to wipe both of them, but praise Doug. And LA Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And we are hype. Jay Meal, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says Doug is the rock Yahweh can't lift. Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't consider that. If there's a rock so heavy that God can't lift, it must be Doug, obviously. It makes perfect sense. And Adam, thank you for the $10 super chat. Adam says, thanks for talking with me earlier. I love your streams, and I've gotten a few guys at work turned in, I think you mean onto you, and they're now Doug disciples. Keep cooking, Chef Johannes. Hail, Doug. Thank you so much, Adam. We've got more disciples for Doug, guys. We're growing the tribe. We are growing the tribe. We're going to get Osfi in here. Maximilian, thank you for the $24.50. Big W for that super chat. I appreciate that. We're on our way to 25,000 subs, guys. It says, in support of your patience with Lady Cuba, I will never be able to get used to the twisting, turning, pivoting, making up excuses, and lying these sheep are capable of. Hail Justin, W host. Hail Doug. Rock hard for Doug. Big W Maximilian. I really appreciate that generous support and continued support of the channel. Ofsi, are you with us? You're in the box, but your microphone's muted. Did you mean to get up here? Did you get up here by accident? Ofsi? Hello? Hello? Anything? Hello? I love all the newcomers who don't know who Doug is. You'll find out. Ofsi, welcome in. I'm going to need you to turn your speakers down, though. Appreciate that generous support and continued support of the channel. Ofsi, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Unfortunately, I can hear me too. Can you turn your computer speakers down? Did you mean to get up here? Did you get up here by accident?
I can turn on my headphone.
Yeah, that'd be good enough. Yep.
When
Hello. Yep. Go ahead and get your headphones turned in, okay? I'll mute you till you get them figured out because it's really bad. She'll be back in a second with some headphones, I assume. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description of the video for you to join via a third-party app. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to be a member of anything. You don't have to give me your email address. You ain't got to do none of that stuff. It's got to click the link and put in your information. And you'll be able to join the discussion just like the people on TikTok are joining. If you're on TikTok, you already know how to join. Just click the guest request button and you're ready to rock and roll. And Offsea has already teacupped. I assume they don't know how to work TikTok. We'll give them a second to figure it out. It sounds like they're surprisingly somebody on TikTok older than me. So we'll see if they'll get it figured out. Ben, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, could we make the case that Jesus preached good works for salvation? Sheep and goats and the rich man are two examples. I actually agree. Yes, 100%. I think the original teachings of Jesus were to be righteous in your behavior and your acts. similar to what the Jewish people taught. I think this nonsense that you had to believe this particular message or you'll be damned to hell, I think that came later. I think that was added on to the Jesus mythology. Offsy, did you get it figured out? I see that you're back. You're no longer teacupped, but your microphone's still turned off.
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you the whole time. The problem is I can hear me in the background. Whatever you have playing the YouTube stream in your background is feeding into your microphone.
Okay. I'm not playing any YouTube. I'm on my phone on TikTok. And I'm on my microphone, on my headphone. You still hear yourself?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I can still hear it backfeeding.
My headphone is on.
I don't know. It's something going on with your system. I don't know what it is.
I'm not sure. I'm using my iPhone.
Well, it might not be. I think it went away. Okay.
Okay.
Don't move, okay?
I'm not moving.
Whatever just happened, the echo is off. I think we're good to go. Okay, so Offsy, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am.
Awesome. And did you know that Jesus was a fraud?
I'm a Muslim, so is that valid to call you?
I mean, I don't know. Do you think Jesus was a fraud?
Yes.
Oh, shit. We agree. Fantastic. I don't know what we have to argue about. Jesus was a liar and a fraud. You believe that he is. I believe that he is. We agree on this. I mean, your prophet was a pervert, but we're talking about Jesus tonight.
Okay, but I think you're unfair to Islam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why I called you.
Okay, so marrying children is good.
Marrying children, well, in Christianity is okay too.
But I think it's wrong in both religions. I'm not a Christian.
Now, at least in Islam, slavery is not allowed.
I'm pretty sure it is, but I also don't care. Like, just because like Christianity allows one bad thing that's not allowed in Islam doesn't make Islam automatically good. Islam still has to answer for all of its terrible policies, like murdering apostates.
I just feel you're being biased to against Muslims.
I'm not biased. I'm against all religions, basically. Now, there are some religions that are relatively benign that I don't go after. Like, I don't go after Hindus because I find that to be a rather benign religion. I don't go after Buddhists. Hell, half the Buddhists are atheists to begin with. I typically don't even have to go after Jews, even though I think the Old Testament is disgusting because most Jewish people don't believe it to be literal history anyways. They don't believe Moses. A lot of them don't even believe Moses is real. And overall, the Jewish people have been pretty peaceful. In fact, they've been getting the wrong end of the beating stick for a long time. That being said, I've had Jewish people come up here and want to debate me on God, and I'm glad to do it. But I think some religions are more vile than others. And I think of the many religions in the world, yours might be the most vile. Why is Iraq think it's okay to marry 9-year-olds? Do you think that's a good thing?
It's possible that when you're in desert environment, you're developed more.
Is it?
And a 9-year-old maybe
do you live there? Because I don't live there.
Developed.
Do you think 9-year-olds in the desert develop faster? What's the physiology behind that? Can you point me to some research that says that little children that grow up in the desert develop faster?
If they've started a cycle, it's okay. And some, I thought if you're in warm, deserty weather, you developed faster and you could start your cycle possibly by 9 years old.
According to the Quran, you can divorce a wife whether she's even if she hasn't reached puberty yet, which means you could marry a woman who's not reached puberty.
But you can't have sex with her until she has her cycle.
Oh, where's that in the Quran?
It was just some teachings from the mosques I would go to.
Okay, so it's not in the Quran, because the book does say that you can marry and divorce girls that haven't reached puberty yet. In fact, that's in Quran, Surah 65:4.
I can't read the Quran because I can't read Arabic, so I had to go to classes.
Oh, well, big W for learning a new language.
Oh, I mean, not just translation classes, because I'm from Iran and I don't speak Arabic.
Okay.
But the teachings were you're more developed in some regions, hence 9 years old is the age that you could get married if you have your cycle. And in fact, my grandmother was married at 9.
Sure. And that's the lie I would tell myself if I was in your religion too.
It's illegal now.
Not in Iraq.
Well, I'm not from Iraq. I'm from Iran, and you have to be 18. Prior, you could be any age.
Good. Congrats for Iran.
But I just feel Islam is a more forgiving and kinder religion than Christianity.
Why am I seeing information that says the legal age for marriage in Iran is 9 to 13 for girls and 15 for boys, unless there is a court order for children 9 or younger with parents and guardians' approval?
It's not true.
Oh, it's not true. Interesting, because the citation is from the Civil Code of Islamic Law, the Civil Code of Islamic Republic of Iran, 2024.
I'm not aware of that. I just know you have to show your birth certificate and you have to be 18.
Not according to your legal code.
I have to check on that.
Okay.
I don't think so. At least people around me aren't that way.
Sure.
I just feel in history, Muslims are kinder, they're giving, they abandon slavery.
In history?
You have to give to the poor.
You guys started the Atlantic slave trade. Are you aware that the Islamic movement into Africa was the beginning of the slave trade? You guys invented it.
I'm not aware of that. I just know there are stories where Muhammad said you can't take slaves, and in fact his daughter Fatima gave her pearl necklace to free slaves.
I'm sure she did. That's an adorable story.
Well, you may need to just check your history on Islam and how people behave, the Muslims versus Christians.
I've seen the history. I saw you guys trying to conquer the world. The Turkish invasion of the West is literally why the Europeans lost their mind and started executing people during the Reformation era. That's why the Crusades happened. The Crusades were an answer to the Turkish invasions. It didn't come first. It wasn't the Crusades and then the Turkish invasions. It was the Turkish invasions, then the Crusades.
Well, Muslims don't have missionaries, so if they were invading, it was just to conquer land.
Yes.
Not because
thank you. Yes, it's to conquer land.
Muslims.
Yes, exactly. That's the goal. The goal of the Turks is to conquer the entire planet, and you'll do it by hook or by crook, or you'll do it by sword. You'll do it by gunpoint. You'll do whatever you can. It's the most violent religion on earth. That's why every time there is a research poll given to Muslims, you're the most violent group on the planet. You're overwhelmingly Muslims are approving of violence. I've got literally hundreds of videos from Islamic leaders in private messages from people I know around the world calling for violence. You guys are violent. Your people are violent. The sooner you figure that out, the sooner we'll be safer from your guys' madness. Of all the death threats I get,
well, which Muslim country right now?
From all of the death threats I get from religious kooks, 9 out of 10 of them come from Muslims. You guys are by far the most violent people on the planet. If you ever want to be accepted in the Western world, you have to stop thinking that violence is the answer. And I know, I get it. We've started wars in America, but not in the name. This is not the name of religion. These are not religious wars. Until your religion stops thinking that you can spread religion by the sword, the Western world will never take it seriously. That's an internal problem. That's like no one's ever going to take Catholicism seriously until priests stop touching little boys. Until that happens, the Catholic Church will be a joke. So you guys got to fix your shit. Don't come around here talking about how peaceful your religion is when we know damn well that it's not. All right, get out of here. All right, let me grab some super chats and we'll get our next guest queued up. Let's see now. Ben Jones says, could we make the case that Jesus preached good works for salvation? Oh, yes, I agree. Yeah, we already talked about that one. Sorry about that. Medic Veteran 707. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, I hate how some Christians love to believe that good people that are not Christians will go to hell for eternity and burn. Yeah, it's really weird to me. And that's what started a lot of people's deconstructionist journeys, is when like decent people they loved died. And then they had to wrestle with that idea. I was like, well, I know for a fact this was a good person. Why should they burn in hell forever? That's crazy. Why would that happen? I agree with you. It's a horrible doctrine. And Scott, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the state of Israel was created by Zionism to establish a place for Jews to go. It is anti-Semitic. I actually think it's the opposite. I think Zionism is Semiticism. That being said, the formation of the state of Israel was not done by the Jews. It was done for the Jews by the Western world. The goal was to give them a home, and the Western world figured that was the best place to do it, since that was theoretically their cultural heritage. Now, my understanding is that a lot of the rabbinic Jews are not violent Zionists, but there are definitely violent Zionists. Like Netanyahu is a violent Zionist. I disagree with Netanyahu with every fiber of my being. I think he's a horrible human being. But as for like the actual like rabbinic Jews that I've met, especially ones here in the States, they don't agree with violence. Daddy Vet, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, great book. Haven't read it, but I mean, now I need to. Guys, it's going to be on my bookshelf eventually. And Joe Lander, thank you for the super chat, says Jesus versus Superman in a godly battle. Who y'all got? Well, let me think about that. I'm going to put Superman. Superman had laser eyes. So, I mean, come on. Laser eyes, guys. Laser eyes. GH, thank you for the super chat, says TF ma'am. The fuck, ma'am? A desert makes marrying children to marry adults. What a piece of shit fuckface. Yeah, that's what that means. Yeah. Thinking that being in the desert makes women mature faster is wild. All right, let's get Desiree in here and we'll keep on rolling. While Desiree's connecting, I'll read Rory's chat. Thank you for the super chat. Rory says, praises to our rock dog and Sharon Stone. Well, big W for that, Rory. Praise Doug and Sharon. Desiree, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good. You?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Desiree, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And did you know that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
Man, no.
Well,
what are you talking
about? You want to start with the liar part or the fraud part?
Which God do you know? Excuse me.
I don't think there's any gods, but I'm asking if you want to start with the liar part or the fraud part of my claim.
You'll probably talk about the devil.
No, I'm talking about Jesus.
Who are you talking with?
I'm talking to you, Desiree. Are you in the same room? It sounds like you're hearing voices, Desiree.
Pardon me?
Sounds like you're hearing voices. Are you in the same conversation as I am?
Blah, 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 blah. I don't even really care about talking to you, really. You just, you can take me out because no interest in me.
What are you up here for then? What do you come in here for?
By accident, I press the buttons.
Oh, you came in here by accident. You were liking the live so much and you got up here by accident?
No, I don't like it in your live.
Oh, so you weren't like, so how'd you get in my guest box? Did the Holy Spirit press that guest request? Or you just don't know how to read so good?
It will be nice if I look into your eyes. You would have probably just walk away.
Look into my demonic eyes, Desiree. Look. You'll get possessed by the devil, by the way.
That's your business. I don't really care what you think.
You care enough that you're here. You're here crying in my guest box.
It's your business.
You're the one here.
I totally don't agree what you just wrote on top there.
Nobody made you request. Nobody asked you to be here. You joined up. You came into my live and you joined my guest box, Desiree, which means you do care. In fact, you are so triggered by my live that you got in my guest box and you don't even know what to say now.
Sure. Yeah, and?
So I was waiting for you to have something of value to say, but apparently you don't.
To be honest with you, I don't feel even to.
Cool. All right, let's see now. Terry, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, are there any passages in the Tanakh that says that a person must believe in a Messiah to be saved? Nope, not fucking one of them, Terry. Not even close. In fact, most Jews don't believe you have to be Jewish to go to heaven. The Jewish afterlife was an afterlife of merit. It had nothing to do with whether or not you believed the right thing. It was a resurrection of the righteous. And God's people believed that, the Jews believed that they had a special guide to being righteous that was revealed to them. But they didn't think that just believing something in your mind made you righteous. That's crazy. So no, the afterlife that Christianity touts is not in the Old Testament. And last super chat before we get Lucius on the line, the Toaster Pirate says, girls don't get more developed in warm climates. That's BS. Also, a child reaching puberty still is a child. She was still advocating child rape. Advocating. You're right. That's actually a really good point that didn't get into my cerebellum at the right moment. But you're right. It doesn't matter. Even if she did reach puberty, she's still a child. That even if she reached puberty at the age 3, irrelevant. Puberty has nothing to do with it. Still a child. Lucius, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me up.
Thanks for coming up. Lucius, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and no.
Okay. So you're a full-grown adult, but you're not a believer.
Yes. Over 18, not a believer. Raised in the Catholic Church, deconstructed once at 13, was born again, and then deconstructed again last year. Your videos really helped. I've been watching you for a while.
Sure, thanks.
You're by far one of the best. You and Cyber.
Cyber is amazing. Yeah, he's super smart. I know he's coming up, but he's going to be bigger than me eventually.
I don't know about that. I mean, you guys are both really good, but yeah, Cyber definitely has the theatrics, and he's also, it's kind of cool his Judaic background.
Yeah, definitely. Cybersex, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. So, Lucius, what's in your mind?
Oh, well, I don't really know. I was thinking the whole time I was down there, in the request box, I was like, how do I say this? If Christians really did follow what their God, man God, and his daddy said, then they would be, pro-abortion, pro-murder, pro all these things that they say that they're against. Where do they even get it from? The abortion thing, for instance.
Well, they take their moral framework, and then they read it into the book. It's not in the book. Like they're
how do you get how do they interpret like Numbers 5?
Oh, they don't. They have no idea it's there. The Christians have never read the Old Testament. They read like the first couple chapters of Genesis. They'll get to like chapter 11 of Genesis, and then they're done. Then they go right to like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
It's a big book for some people that can't read.
Yeah, and it's baffling to me that so many people don't read it. When I was even a teenager, and when I was a new Christian, it was next to my pillow. I read the Bible every night as a teenager, and it slept next to me. It was the most important thing. If this was a book from God, what could be more important than knowing what was in the book? But Christians, they don't read it.
Having it?
Yeah.
No. I have a buddy that does that. He takes it everywhere. He takes it into work with him. Like, what are you doing, dude? You don't even know what's in it.
Right.
That's dangerous. It's like carrying around like a gun, and you're like, I don't know, it might have blanks, it might have hollow points. Right. Sorry, probably not a good thing to say on your live. So, carrying around, you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah. Anyways, my apologies for the naughty word.
It's okay. We'll be all right.
All right, good. Anyways, I'll let you get somebody else up here. I just wanted to share my thought real quick. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and everybody's looking for a debate. So,
all right, it's good to hear from you, Lucius. I'm glad you deconstructed. So I appreciate you supporting the channel.
Yeah, sure thing. Have a good one. All
right, cheers. W for deconstructing. It's a difficult task to do. All right, let's grab our next guest. We've got Caleb coming in from the TikTok, so we'll see if they can connect. And Adam, thank you for the $5 super chat. Adam says, "Keep up the good work. Religion is ethics for people who need the threat of hell to be decent people." I agree. Yeah, if you need God to threaten you with hell to be good, then you're not a good person. But listen, if the Bible is the only thing preventing you from peeling someone's skin off their face and making a lampshade out of it, then by all means believe in Jesus. But oh my goodness, what a weird group of people that you can't be moral without a book. Carrie, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says 10K girls 10 to 14 were married in a 3-month period in Iran in 2021. Holy shit. 10,000 girls aged 10 to 14 were married in a 3-month period between 2021, according to Iran International. Holy shit. Carrie, that's so many. I knew there was a lot. I didn't know it was that many. That's a lot. 10-year-olds are not brides. 10-year-olds are children. All right, that guest dropped out. That didn't work out so well for them. Thank you for that super chat, Joe, though, Carrie. Holy shit, that's crazy. And you're right, Daniel. It says sharing is all loving because Sharon is Karen. Big W. I love this. One of my favorite sayings, actually. Sharon is Karen. Thank you so much for the super chat, Daniel. All right, we're trying to get Evangelist Solomon in the box. We'll see if Evangelist Solomon can connect with us. They have the little bubbles twisting around. We'll see if they'll be able to connect. You never know. You know what I mean? It's hard to know if people are actually going to be able to connect on these streams. While he's connecting, Thorian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "Hey Justin, just want to shout out YouTube channel Nabi Asli. It's both hilarious and informative on Islam." I actually think I'm already subscribed, believe it or not. Let me double check just to verify. But I do believe I'm already subscribed. They're one of the bigger channels. No. I'm not subscribed yet. I apologize. I'm subscribed now, though. Thank you. I appreciate the heads up on that. Okay. Well, Evangelist Solomon didn't last. They already cut and ran. We'll get the next guest in here. Cameron said Iranian religious are the worst. I agree with you. Iran used to be a decent place back in the 70s. And Rory, thank you for the super chat, says Justin rocks. 100 agree with your take on Zionism. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think most conservative, religious Jewish people are pro-Zionism, at least not in the militaristic sense. That seems to be more of a secular government type of movement. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. That's like, it's hard to differentiate government movements from the individuals within the country. Because there's a lot of things that happen in our government that aren't necessarily religiously motivated, but you could see how religious people in the country would want it to happen. So it's hard to separate religion from government sometimes. I'm trying to connect Sharon with the TikTok here. Sharon's having a little bit of trouble connecting. The Holy Spirit's got a very weak connection tonight, guys. The Holy Spirit is not leading anybody in truth or Wi-Fi. There is no Holy Spirit Wi-Fi. They just dropped. We're gonna get one of these Christians are gonna get like a connection eventually. Marduk, thank you for the $5 super chat. Marduk says, "Epic night so far." Well, thank you so much, Marduk. I really appreciate that. It'd be even better if we can get somebody in the box that can connect. We're trying to get Senpai13 to connect now. We'll see what happens. How you doing, Senpai?
Hello. Hi.
Welcome in. Senpai, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And did you know that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
Could you tell me how was he a liar?
Sure, yeah.
When did he lie?
Well, so in my verbiage, when I say Jesus was a liar, what I'm suggesting is that he's saying things that are untrue. And so I think he did that on multiple occasions. We can start off with like one of the easiest ones if you want.
Your reality might be another one's illusion. If you're calling him a liar, and I'd like you to tell me when did he lie?
Oh, easy enough. So if we go to the book of John, we read in John 1:18, "No one has ever seen God. It is only the Son himself, God, who is close to the Father's heart, who has made him known." So has nobody ever seen God?
Yeah, that's what Jesus said then, yeah.
Is it true?
Only he saw him. Only he knew him.
Okay, so nobody's
At
ever
the time.
So nobody's ever seen God. Cool. So I'll just read you a couple of verses where people do see God, and we'll show you that Jesus was either stupid or a liar. It says, "Then Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up on the mountain, that is, and they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet there were something like a pavement of sapphire stone, in the very like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God, and they ate and they drank." So literally says they beheld God. They saw God.
Okay.
So there's line number one. Want to keep going?
Yeah, go on. That doesn't mean that Jesus was a liar, but go on.
Did he say something that was untrue?
He said that no one's seen God. But I don't think that was the people literally saying how God was looking. Or maybe, I don't know.
Says they went up and they saw the God of Israel. They saw the God of Israel. That's what it says. So did they see the God of Israel or not?
Seems like it, but maybe it was for a different...
Seems like it, yeah. It's almost like words have meanings, huh?
Yeah, but how did Jesus lie?
Because he said something that wasn't true. I started the conversation by saying that saying things that are untrue is, for me, in this conversation, means he's lying.
Maybe he was closer to the truth.
Well, it's still a lie. It's either a lie or it's not, and it's clearly a lie. He says no one has seen God, and Exodus clearly states that people saw God. Want to keep going?
Yeah, go on.
Cool.
Hit me with more verses.
You ever read Isaiah?
Yes.
Cool. Who's Isaiah writing to in chapter 61? I'll give you a hint. It's the same audience as the rest of the entire book.
Right. Okay. For everyone? What? Yeah.
For the people of Israel. And he's addressing the people of Israel after they're being released from the Babylonian captivity at the very end of the 6th century. So after Cyrus already freed them from captivity. And it says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, and to provide for those who mourn in Zion. Who's mourning in Zion?
The Jewish people.
Yeah, the Jewish people, right? Because they got lambasted by the Babylonians for 70 years. That's why it says, if the prophecy, if you keep reading, it says in verse 4, they shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations. Strangers will stand and feed your flocks. Foreigners will till your land and dress your vines, so on and so forth. So this is a prophecy in Isaiah 61 about the restoration of Israel, right? Cool. Now, the reason why this makes Jesus a liar is because if you go to Luke chapter 4, Jesus says that the prophecy is about something completely different. It says in Luke chapter 4, he stood up to read. The scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind, although that's not in the Old Testament. He added that part. To set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. Funny, he left out the day of the Lord's judgment. Then he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. The eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. But it clearly wasn't fulfilled in their hearing, because the scripture was about the people returning from captivity and rebuilding their land.
All right, fair enough. You can read the Bible in many ways, but I think the main message of the Lord Jesus Christ is mercy and forgiveness.
It's literally the opposite of that.
What's so bad about that?
It's not merciful at all, because people who don't believe in this sky carcass go to hell and they burn for eternity. Why would God, namely Jesus in this case, send everybody to hell for just not being convinced of something that has no evidence?
Well, no one's righteous in the eyes of God, not even angels.
So what? What's that got to do with torturing people in hell for eternity?
But no one knows how does hell look, to be honest. The hell is like, if you're separate from God, then you're in hell.
I don't care what it looks like. It's going to be weeping and gnashing of teeth, and it's going to be full of fire and torment.
Yeah, when you're far away from God and love, that's what life is.
Well, you can't be far away from God. God's omnipresent.
Well, you can reject him and be far away.
Well, I'm having a great time right now, and I reject him. So obviously, hell can't be that bad. If it's just not being with God, then I think I'm enjoying it. Actually, if this is if this is as bad as hell is, I'm having a party. Who wants to have a barbecue with me, guys?
All right. I don't know. I think the message of Lord Jesus Christ is really amazing and definitely helped me and many people. And it's the only religion that became bigger through just words and his love and through him.
I mean, through war.
I don't see why you're trying to find and look for, why do people always attack Jesus? Out of all people, it's always the most perfect man.
He's not perfect because the religion, because the religion is toxic.
How?
It teaches. Well, it literally says that he who is not with me is against me. You can't be passive in the Jesus theology. If you're not with Jesus, you're an enemy. See, your religion is toxic. Your religion teaches that anyone who's not part of your religion is your enemy. And Jesus says in Luke chapter 19, bring my enemy, these people who did not want me to be king, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence. Jesus is not a peaceful guy.
That's First Testament. Jesus said that.
No, Jesus said that in Luke.
If someone hits you on the left cheek, you show him your right cheek. How's that bad? That's the most peaceful
Jesus
religion.
is the one slaughtering people. Jesus thinks it's okay to slaughter people. Jesus says that you cannot be my disciple unless you hate your mother and father.
No, it's you have to meditate on such a thing.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
it's not.
sorry. I forgot. You have to ignore the bad parts and only accept the parts you like. I forgot about that. Yeah.
No.
So you just want to ignore all
Can I
the
say-
horrible shit that he said.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish my sentence, please?
Yeah, you can finish your sentence when you were talking in the middle of my talking. I don't care.
I'm trying to be respectful and let you finish as well, but I'd like to finish as well. Can you please respect me? English is not my first language, and sorry for my accent.
Yeah, English sounds fine to me.
All right, thank you. Anyways, what he meant by that verse is that God comes first, and everything else comes like after.
Did he say that?
Not like you have to. Well, just think about it.
Okay, the words don't mean what they mean then.
No, you have to meditate. You have to think about it.
Oh, sorry. Let me get my Holy Spirit decoder ring. Hold on. I'm missing part of it.
Like,
Give me a second.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You know, my Holy Spirit decoder ring is broken, but I do have a crystal ball. Hold on.
No, I actually apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
Try this again.
That's not what I meant.
Crystal ball. When Jesus said that you have to hate your mother and father, did it actually mean what the words mean? Oh, my battery's dead. Oh, shoot. I have no access to the Holy Spirit, guys. No, it's just off. I turned it off. All right, let me turn my Holy Spirit on. Holy Spirit, did Jesus actually mean his words? I couldn't hear it because you were talking. Don't talk over the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit says ask again later. So we'll try again later. We'll see what the Holy Spirit says. But for now, I'm pretty sure that Jesus' words mean what words mean.
All right, fair enough. You can. Everyone has their own lives. I actually believe in freedom of speech and freedom of religion. You can believe anything you want, and you can say anything you want.
Yeah, me
fair
too.
enough. Like I'm glad. Like
I love it.
That's the way I want it. I love it too. But like I don't understand why everyone always hates Jesus. It's like
because I live in a country full of Jesus lovers that want to force their religion on other people, and they want to force it on our children, and they want to enact laws that force it on the general populace. Maybe that's why. Maybe because religious people in this country make it a pain to be transsexual, because religious people are punishing other people in this country for merely existing. Because my gay friends are told that they're vile sinners because you guys are sick, because your religion teaches you to actually hate people that are not like you. See, your religion makes the country I live in a worse place. That's why I do this.
I think I don't agree with religion myself. I think religion is just there to get you to try and have a relationship with God and try and seek the truth. Like, for example, are you an atheist, if I may ask?
Yep.
So, what do you believe, that we came from? What? From the paddle, and the paddle was struck by a lightning, and then complex life came from it, right?
That's not how that works. You should read a science book. La Paquette, thank you for the hand hearts.
But kind of does. That's the basis of atheism.
No, it's not.
That's fine. But what is then?
That's not the basis. The basis of atheism is a lack of belief in a God. Whether or not abiogenesis is true is irrelevant. In fact, the theory of abiogenesis could be completely wrong. It wouldn't make your God real.
Right.
So all you're doing is a really sad God of the gaps.
So, for example, if you have the laws of time, laws of maths, laws of gravity, laws of nature, laws of physics, and so many more laws, wouldn't that mean that someone had to put the laws in place for them to exist?
They're not laws. They don't exist.
They do.
No, they're not. They're not
so
laws.
Gravity doesn't. So what? Time doesn't exist.
No, the laws. They're not laws. Laws are an abstract word that we apply to constants. Just because the universe behaves in a way doesn't mean that there's a law that's holding those things in accordance with it. A law is just a word that we make up when we observe physical constants, because we say, well, it doesn't change. It's just a law of the universe. But that doesn't mean that there's actually laws that exist transcendently. And I'll just let you know now, Senpai, you're welcome to talk over me when I answer your questions. But just so you know, when you do talk over me, I'll continue to talk longer and longer just to make it more irritating for you to listen to me.
Cool, that's fine. Even you said that there's a what was that? Sorry. Went blank.
See, that what happens when you talk over me and then I have to talk longer. You lose track of the thought. See, I'm petty as fuck.
That's fine, it's fine. I don't mind. I'm quite calm. It's hard to get me riled up. So, okay. I still personally think that, well, I think that Jesus is the best option we have, especially as humans, and I think like what Jesus taught.
I take Buddha.
Apostles taught. No, like other people wrote after him, or the First Testament. I think that his teachings, because I think he was the living word from the Bible. Like he became the logos of the.
Yeah, I know what you believe. Everyone knows what you believe, but it's not true.
And well,
I love it when the most popular religion in the world, they think that we don't know what they believe. We know what you believe. You don't have to tell us what you believe.
Right. So how's the teachings of Jesus? Did you read the teachings of Jesus? Did you hear them?
I've read every last word of the Bible. That's why I don't believe it. That's why I know it's nonsense. Have you read every last word of the Bible?
I'm working on that.
The Bible's full of lies. I already showed you a couple of. You want to see more?
Well, I'm up to you. If you want to spread the gospel, I'm more than happy for you to spread the gospel.
How many lies do I have to find in the Bible before you just admit that it's not trustworthy?
Well, there's a lot of things written in the Bible.
That was a definitive question. How many lies do I have to find in the Bible before I say that it's not trustworthy?
You can believe it or not. That's fine.
That wasn't an answer to my question. I'm looking for a number or a percentage. Give me something. How many lies do I need to find in the Bible before I can say that it's not trustworthy?
Well, I don't know what to answer to that question. Like, you either believe or you don't. It's up to every individual to make their own choices.
Why would I believe a book that is full of lies?
Like, because it's filled with knowledge and...
it's not. It's full of lies.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. We already covered a couple. Would you like to cover more?
There's a couple, like some controversial or some...
no, the book is literally full of lies. There's hundreds of them.
All right, give me another one.
All right, we'll do another one. I'm going to read a passage with you. It's Hosea chapter 11, verse 1 and 2. I'm going to put it on the screen so you can see it. It says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. What is this about? Do you know what this is about?
I think they were murdering kids in that town or in Babel, and they were worshipping the Bill or whatever.
Not quite. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. Can you think of what this might be a reference to?
No, tell me. No.
It's a reference to the Exodus from Egypt. In Exodus chapter 4, the Lord said to Moses, when you go back to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders that I have put in your power, but I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son. This is a reference to the Exodus, right? When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son, right? Cool. Is this a historical piece of text or a prophetic piece of text or something else?
Historical.
It is. All right. Historical. There's no prophecy here, right? A prophecy would say something about the future, right?
Right.
Exactly.
Oh. Right, go on. Sorry.
The problem is that the book of Matthew is a lying liar. If you go to Matthew chapter 2, 13 through 16, says when Joseph and Mary took Jesus into Egypt, says Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. So Matthew is saying that Hosea is actually a prophecy that was fulfilled when Jesus went into Egypt, but we just read it and there was no prophecy there, which means Matthew's a liar.
Right, Matthew maybe, but not Jesus.
I'm sorry.
I don't think Jesus is a liar.
If Matthew's a liar, why would I trust what Matthew said Jesus spoke?
Well, you should definitely trust just Jesus Christ and the things he said, the parables he said. And
why?
And,
how do you even know Jesus spoke those words?
I don't have 100% sure that he did, but
man, this religion's deep. Getting really fucking thin.
Well, there's faith. It's all about faith.
Why? Why would I have faith in a religion that's got a book full of lies? Would you give that same faith to the Quran?
And no, but
no. Why not?
The Bible's the only book, because Bible's the only book that predicts the future, and it did predict a lot of the things that are happening. There's no other book that predicts the future.
What did it predict?
Well, I don't know. I can't be bothered waking up and getting up out of bed. And
you made the claim, not me. Listen, you can wake me.
Fine. Give me a minute.
Wake me up at 3 in the morning, and I'll tell you where to find the passage.
You're right.
I've actually read the
book.
book.
Give me a moment. I'll just get my laptop up.
You look it up while I get ready to read a super chat and cook you. Okay.
Right.
You're right, Angela. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, why do Christians go to Bible study, then don't study the Bible? That's exactly the situation. It really is. And Thrawn the Khan, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Justin, Planet Peterson, and Professor Dave verse any Christian or Flurf panel. You three are the dream team. Thank you, Tron. I would love to team up with Professor Dave and Peterson. I'm going to be doing more team up with Peterson in the future. We've actually been friends for quite some time through TikTok. It's just that we both have busy live schedules. It's hard to get around, scheduling stuff. You know what I mean? Anthony, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W says, thanks, Justin, for your service and deconstruction. Truly a needed service. Well, thank you for supporting, Anthony. And that is why I do this. Now, when I got online, I never thought I'd spend all my time debating. I just wanted to have conversations with people. But it turns out Christians want to argue. So that's what we do now. We just argue with Christians. Thank you so much, Terry, for the $2 super chat. It says, how did Jacob wrestle with God but not see him? Yeah, that's a really good question, because in the book of Hosea, Hosea says it was an angel. Hosea thinks that Elohim is reference to an angel. I think the original story was about wrestling with a god, because we've got other stories in the ancient world of people wrestling like river gods as they're crossing the river, which is basically what was happening with Jacob. So it seems to be echoing this theme of having like to wrestle with the river god to get across the river, to earn your rite of passage. That's how I've always read it. Senpai, did you find the passage?
Well, I've got a couple the Bible predicted.
Sure.
For example, the birth of Jesus, the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple.
Well, it didn't predict the destruction of Jerusalem. It predicted the destruction of the temple, and that was written after the destruction of the temple. So you got a problem there. Matthew 24, I'm aware.
1, 2, Jesus predicted.
That was written after the destruction of the temple.
As for 70 AD.
Yep.
Exile of and return of Israel. The fall of Babel.
Well, try again. I didn't hear that second one. I heard words, but I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
The fall of Babel.
That was written after the Babylonian exile. But also, if you think that
Isaiah
perhaps the beginning of Isaiah referred to the Babylonian exile, there's a case to be made that was the case. But Babylon was already the largest world power, and they were literally conquering everybody. So that's not special. In fact, a bunch of other nations predicted that they would fall to the Babylonian powers. It wasn't just Israel. These types of predictions are pretty common. But that being said, we have no textual evidence from before the Babylonian exile. And the same prophet that predicted the Babylonian exile also said in chapter 14 something that was completely false. Concerning after the Babylonian exile, it says, the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land. And aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob. And the nations will take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. They will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppressed them. So God says, after the Babylonians come in and wipe you out, you're going to conquer the Babylonians and take them slaves, which clearly never happened. So kind of, oops. It'd be like predicting that Russia would not win the war against Ukraine. It's just the most likely outcome of the situation. Russia will not win the war against Ukraine unless Trump decides to pull all help from Ukraine. These types of geopolitical predictions were common in the ancient world. In fact, I've got some of them right here. Yeah, I've got some ancient Babylonian predictions that were predicted by prophets that came true. Did you know that was a thing?
No, I'm learning.
Yeah, there's a whole section of Akkadian prophecies, oracles and prophecies that have been preserved on cuneiform tablets and even Egyptian as well that appear to have actually come true. In fact, one of my favorites is in here. Give me a second to grab it.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, so in the prophecy to Esarhaddon, says, Esarhaddon, king of the countries, fear not. Notice the wind which blows over you. I speak of it without your enemies. Like a wild boar in the month of Sivan, from before your feet they will flee away. I am the great divine lady, the goddess Ishtar of Arbela, who will destroy your enemies from before your feet. What are the words of mine which I spoke to you, that you did not rely upon? I am Ishtar of Arabella. I shall lie in wait for your enemies, and I will give them to you. And did you know that Esarhaddon went on and defeated all of his enemies, as predicted by Lady Ishtar?
No, I didn't.
I had dozens of prophecies just like this from the ancient world. These militaristic prophecies were a dime a dozen. There are hundreds of prophets constantly issuing prophecies to the king, and when ones that sounded like they came true, they just kept them. Said, "Oh, here's a prophecy that came true." They ignored all the ones that didn't work, except for Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was ruthless. Nebuchadnezzar was known to kill prophets that made bad predictions. So we've also got prophecies concerning Nefertiti. We've got prophecies concerning the Gutians, tons of prophecies from the ancient world. So I'm not surprised that there are one or two prophecies in the Old Testament talking about geopolitical situations that, just happen to come true. But it also happens to be that the same prophets said things would happen that never did happen because they're just taking guesses. They're throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks.
I don't know. You can believe anything you want, I guess. I'll keep my beliefs as they are.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know. I still think that Christ is the way and the truth and the life.
Liar. I think you said liar wrong. The way, the truth, and the lie.
No, well, I don't think actually Jesus ever lied. I think he was the perfect example of a human being.
Well, now you're a liar because we already went over a couple of his lies.
No, well, not maybe he was telling the truth in the Bible. Someone.
Okay, so Jesus was telling the truth, but the Old Testament was lying.
Well, the Old Testament was for different generation and different people.
But Jesus,
so it was like a different book, and then Jesus came for like us right now and the Gentiles, and he came for everyone. And it's like a free gift for everyone.
well, Jesus said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and he didn't, so he lied about that.
How they got killed? Maybe he did see them, and maybe we do. Maybe the end is after we die, and that's the great end. Like,
No.
who knows?
He talked about his second coming. He said the Son of Man said the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, said that's going to happen before all of his disciples have passed away, and they're all gone now.
Mm-hmm.
You can Google any rebuttal you want on this, and I'll cook your rebuttal. I already know every rebuttal.
No, you're very knowledgeable, more than I am, especially on the Bible. So, props to you, I guess. I do still believe like in the love and God. You can call me naive or whatever, but it helped me, it changed me for a better person. So
sure.
If you know a better thing that can help someone and change someone and make them better, then that'd be great. But
I think therapy would be better. You can do a lot with therapy, as it turns out. You don't have to justify like killing babies or having women raped or sending people to eternal conscious torment.
It's rough. I focus on Jesus and his love, to be honest, and his message. Well, the books are definitely helping, and there's a lot of knowledge I gather from them, and wisdom.
Like what?
I don't know off my head. I don't know. Give me a minute to think.
All right.
Try and remember something.
Well, you go pray about it. I'm gonna grab the next guest. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. Thanks for having me, man.
All right. Cheers. Thanks for being a good sport.
Oh, yeah. I'll pray for everyone here. Take care.
We're praying for you. Don't worry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll get our next guest in here. Let's see, where do we leave off at? Adam, thank you for the 666. Good to see you tonight. It says, seems like Jesus didn't even read the Old Testament. Typical Christian. Keep rocking, Justin. Praise Doug. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you're right, Jesus had no idea what was in that book. None. The dude was brain dead. Although I don't think most of what he said is recorded accurately. I think a lot of his sayings are invented. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the 666, says the apologist has been conditioned to immediately go on the defense instead of thinking. They had their critical thinking stolen from them as children. You're right. That's the goal, because you start with the presupposition that you're right. And then the only thing you do after that is you try to make any excuse for why you're right. What you're not doing is looking for like correct answers or honest dialogue. You're just looking to prove yourself right. That's the goal. And the Toaster Pirate, thank you for the $5 super chat, says theists expect atheists to be experts in physics, biology, history, biblical scholarship, etc. They can't even read their book. That's 100% it. Yeah. In order to be an atheist in the debate space, they expect you to literally know everything. I actually admire some of the atheist debaters that have the fortitude to just say, well, I'm not an expert in that field, so I'm not going to comment on it. I should do more of that. Sometimes I dabble in fields I really shouldn't be dabbling in, but the problem is I know the Christians don't know anything about it. So it's like, what are they going to do? Call me out on it? They don't know what they're talking about. Mike Browan, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Christianity has no claim on moral superiority to Islam on child marriage. The Bible Belt is just Iran light. You're not wrong. In fact, there are many cases in the Bible Belt of children being married off to grown-ass adults. It was a real thing. I've seen it. I've seen pictures. Godly Entertainment Live, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, I appreciate that. It's so big it even fit on the screen. There we go. Let me scoot that over. Now we can fit it all in there. I appreciate that. Says God's reasoning for banning homosexuality, detestable, abomination, nasty. Paul's reasoning is it's shameful. These words do not mean evil or morally wrong. It sounds like God and Paul just got the ick. They need to grow up. I think you're right. I think the people in the Bible referring to homosexuality just had the ick. They were just straight men who were in a position to call something icky and expected that enough people would agree with them that they could say that it came from God. But it clearly, like an actual God who created humanity and knew that a percentage of them were going to be born a particular way, and that particular way was not harming literally anybody. It's hard for me to envision that God would have a problem where what you're doing with your private parts. Crazy to me, especially when Hitler's running around. El Karaki, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, brother, just purchased Jesus and the Eyewitnesses by Richard Bauckham. What's your thoughts on it? Appreciate your hard work. Well, I don't agree with everything Richard Bauckham says in that volume. He's more of a conservative than I am. That being said, he is a real scholar. He is a true and real scholar, despite his really hard, conservative leanings. I think Richard Bauckham does his best to deal with the evidence as it is. I think sometimes we reach different conclusions. That being said, I think Jesus and the Eyewitnesses is the best book so far that's been written on like the strata of the Gospels and deciphering what could possibly be original, what could actually be eyewitnesses, what could be added later. He doesn't do a full-on like source criticism in that book, but he does a really good job. He does a thorough job in that book. I think you'll like it. Even as a non-believer, I still enjoy the book. So, and DL, thank you for the super chat. Says, please dedicate an episode to the chameleons from Tarsus. Nothing tastes better than roasted misogynist homophobe. So here's the thing. I don't know what the chameleons from Tarsus are. Now I have to look them up. Let's see. The chameleons from Tarsus. Listen, this might be over my head. I might need a better explanation, guys, because what I'm pulling up, chameleons from Tarsus, I don't think is what you're referring to. I do see like there's some biological stuff written about these chameleons. I don't know if that's what you're talking to. Are these like asexual chameleons? I might need a little more information on that. Let me know. Let me go. Guys, do some Googling for me. Let me know what's happening there. And Adam, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Christians quote 1 Corinthians 14:33, but then say the words don't mean words. And they say and have to read it upside down and backwards for it to make sense. Be filled with Doug. He's rock hard. Yes, rock hard for Doug. And thank you, Adam, for that super chat. And I love 1 Corinthians 14 when it talks about how love is not jealous. And then there's like a dozen passages in the Bible where God is jealous. But he's loving, guys. It's the good kind of jealous, obviously. Just like that good kind of slavery. Pat, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W says, Justin, sometimes I'd like to join the guest queue just briefly to go over the DZ cheat sheet for some feedback. I know you got some apologetic cooking to do, homie. Well, Pat, I'm going to be doing another Q&A very soon. So come through on our Q&A. I would love to go over some questions on the cheat sheet. And with that, I've got a bunch of super chats left, but I'm going to get our next guest in here, guys. I don't want to keep them waiting too long and have them drop out. I'm going to try to get to everyone's super chats here tonight, though. I don't want to leave anyone behind. We're going to get Crow from the TikTok queue. We'll see if Crow can connect. Pac-Man, thank you for the 420. Big W getting stoned for Doug says, Mary's age when God knocked her up, Smokelahoma. Well, according to the proto-evangelism of James, or the infancy gospel, she was about 12 when when it was revealed to Joseph while she was in the temple that she would get hitched to Joseph. So it's generally believed that she was about 12 or 13 when she had Jesus. And this was pretty widely accepted in the early church. The early church had no problems with this idea that she would have been about that age. It wasn't until much, much later that people started to have a problem with this, whole 12-year-old being knocked up. This is a modern sensibility issue. That being said, no one really knows when she was pregnant. We can only guess from history. And we do know from history that even though the ideal age of marriage, was about 12 or 13, most women really didn't get married until like age 16 to 20. That was more common. But it is what it is. All right, let me grab our next guest from the YouTube queue. We've got just another dude with us. How you doing, dude? Or is it dudeness or duderino? Just another dude. You with us? Have you been waiting too long? You fall asleep on us?
Can you hear me now?
Is it his dudeness?
Can you hear me now?
Too many Big Lebowski references? I can hear you. We can all hear you. Can you hear?
Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Yeah.
All right, we're good. Cool. Okay, so
Good evening.
Yeah, how you doing, dude? I'm going to do something real quick though, because I don't know if we've got too much lag on our audio connection. So I'm going to count to 3, and as soon as you hear me say 3, I need you to say 4. Okay?
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3.
4.
Oh, we're okay. Cool. All right.
Oh,
So,
awesome.
are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. I mean, more than 18. I am a believer of Christ. Yes.
Cool. And
I just got a couple. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. You said you had questions?
Yes, I do. I would love to have a conversation with you, if you don't mind, in regards of. I've been watching your podcast, which is very interesting topics that you mentioned in regards of how you left Christianity, how you study Masters in Divinity, and you went through all these challenges that led you to atheism. I would love to ask the question, what were the resources that started this snowball effect in which you would look at the Bible and now you look at it, and I might say you have this passion of, I don't know if the word disgust might be in that lane when you look at it, the Bible now, in regards of where you're calling like Jesus was a liar. This is what God perpetuates. I would just want to know, what were the resources that went from you studying Masters in Divinity and going through all these process, and now it led you to what you do now on YouTube?
Well, I don't think my studies are necessarily related to my activities on the internet. That being said, I just read the academic resource. I got many thousands of dollars wrapped up in academic commentaries on the Bible and comparative literature. And I think for me, there's a couple like pillars that started my deconstruction journey. I think my first pillar was realizing that the Bible just says a bunch of stuff that isn't true. It contradicts itself, both just with like simple contradictions, like saying something didn't happen and then it actually did happen, or saying that something happened at a particular time and it didn't actually happen for hundreds of years later. And there's like tons of theological contradictions, like the New Testament saying that there's no forgiveness without the shedding of blood. Yet when you go to the Old Testament, there's a shitload of forgiveness with no shedding of blood. And this idea that the Gentiles don't have to follow the law of Moses, when the Old Testament says that the Gentiles do have to follow the law of Moses and they will have to get circumcised, and the New Testament saying that the law was temporary, and the Old Testament saying no, the law is actually forever, it's perfect, it revives the soul, there's nothing wrong with it, and it's going to go forth from Zion to the ends of the earth for all ages, for all people. So these are like really problematic. I think the second thing is that the Messianic prophecies never came true. The prophecies that are listed in the New Testament are just post hoc rationalizations. Most of the prophecies in the New Testament aren't even prophecies, and the ones that actually are prophecies clearly are not about Jesus. It's just a word game. They're just playing bananagrams with the Old Testament. They're not actually looking at the original context of anything happening in the Old Testament. So that was a huge problem for me. Now, the reason why I'm on the internet, I initially got on the internet to help people deconstruct and to do like really fun Bible studies. And it turns out like people just wanted to like argue with me. So now I just argue with people online. It was never my intention to be a debater online. It just happens to be where I'm at.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. I did saw the podcast you did, sir. And I got to say, most of the critique that you mentioned in regards to the modern church on the Western side are spot on. I can share this with you. When I'm born and raised in Puerto Rico, hence the accent, you can tell. In Puerto Rico, there's two major branches. One is the Pentecostal movement. The other one is the Catholic movement. I just ended up on the Catholic movement, and trust me, as a child who's 5, being raised in the Pentecostal movement is scary. I'm not gonna lie, it's a scary thing. Get to see everybody having this euphoric experience, right? The whole speaking in tongues, you name it. However, once I started my journey in theology, which right now I'm still continuing. Right now, about to study Master's in Divinity, just like you, but I'm not going on the university that you went. I'm going to a different one. Nevertheless, I was a youth pastor, and then after I started studying theology, I left the position. Actually, I sent a letter to the senior pastor. He was kind of shocked. It's like, yeah, you're one of the good ones. You're very influential. What gives? And I was telling him, like, hey, there's no such thing as a youth pastor. It's either a bishop or you're not, or you're a deacon, according to the positions that the Bible explains. The whole point of this conversation that I want to have with you, respectfully, sir, is can you name some of the articles? Because I'm very curious of what were the articles that you can recommend for me as a Christian to read upon. And I'm really not afraid to be like, hey, if I read this, I'm going to feel, my faith is going to shake or something. I'm very open when it comes to, hey, let me read, let me see the sources, maybe cross-examine on my end, right? I'm not really here to debate you, sir. And if you're here for debate, then I apologize that I'm wasting your time. I'm just curious. I wanted to know the sources. That's all.
Sources for what?
What led you to the inconsistencies of the Bible? I know you have Bart Ehrman misquoting Jesus. I already have that book, and also God the Delusion by Richard Dawkins. I want to see if you have anything else that you can share, sir.
You got to be specific. Biblical studies is a large field. I've got,
of course,
I've got many thousands of books.
Let's say eschatology. Eschatology is very controversial. You got, the dispensationalist movement, and also you have the people that believe that that Jesus did not lie, that he actually predicted in Matthew 24 that the destruction of the temple happened, and that it goes according with Daniel chapter 9.
Well, not even close. Daniel chapter 9 has nothing to do with Matthew 24. And he also said that he was coming back in that same chapter. In Matthew chapter 24 and 25, he talks about how he's going to come back and judge the world within that generation, and he never did.
Yes, there's a lot of consensus. I can see that. There's a lot of consensus that when it comes to prophetic language, what is your take on that?
That words mean words. That's my take.
So you're taking it like in a literal sense, or?
Oh, right. So was the destruction of the temple literal?
Of course.
Oh, because the stuff that you like is literal. The stuff you don't like is not literal.
Not me personally. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to debate you, sir. I'm just trying to have a clear understanding on the consensus of what can you recommend that can, if I want to study eschatology and quote unquote deconstruct it, what could be a good article that can, hey, let me see this point of view of, I think there was a debate with Christopher Hitchens. There was another theologian. He also made the same claim that Jesus did lie.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. And there was a rebuttal on that about the 70 AD claim that the coming of the Son of Man already happened. I've been looking into partial preterism.
Partial preterism?
Preterism, yes, sir. Where they're saying that the book of Revelations is almost completed, but the judgment of the white throne is not yet happened. What is your take on that? What are you saying about that part? Have you read into?
Preterism is the most dangerous dish at the table of prophecy fulfillment. If you're at a dinner party for biblical study and you take the dish of preterism, you might as well just find your way out of that house. Preterism is a joke in scholarly circles.
Can you name just one example that can come onto your head that preterism, like it can be considered to be dangerous? Sorry.
Because it teaches that words don't mean words. The whole goal of preterism is to go into the Bible and say, none of these words actually mean what they say. Jesus' second coming, well, it actually happened in 70 AD. The nation of Israel being restored, nope, that actually means just the Christians. The whole goal of preterism is to go in the Bible and try to say that the failed prophecies aren't failed, and the only method you have of doing so is by changing the meaning of words.
What about when, because I read this before, when they believe that the prophecy has double meaning in that sense?
I don't think that prophecies have double meanings. A second meaning to any prophecy is subjective. It can mean anything you want it to. The second you divorce a prophecy from the original context, from the original message, you're telling me that you now have divine revelation that was given to you by God that's not actually in the book. I could do the same thing. I can go to all the Old Testament prophecies and I can make up secondary interpretations for them and just say, it's about me. God told me. The Mormons do this with Joseph Smith. The Mormons go into the Old Testament and they find a bunch of prophecies and say that they're about Joseph Smith.
Yeah, like Jehovah's Witness, they do the same. Mm-hmm. You will agree? Mm-hmm. Okay. One last thing. I don't want to take too much of your time. And this is a question that I've been pondering about it since I've been listening to your lives. If Christianity is so dangerous, then why historically have we seen contributions that were made by either Christians or people that were inspired by Christianity? A good example would be Martin Luther King Jr. There's an article that I read about. It's called Africa Needs God by Matthew Perry. He's an atheist. What is your take on that? What will be the answer of that question? It's just out of curiosity, sir.
I mean, I think it's adorable that there are some good Christians, but Christianity by and large was propagating the slave trade. Christianity was one of the number one excuses for the Confederacy to maintain their slaves. In fact, that's why the Southern Baptist Convention formed, is to uphold the Jim Crow laws and this idea that the white man was superior to all other races. So yeah, it's great. I love that there were some people who took the Bible and tried to use it for good. The problem is people use it for bad way more often. The Salem witch trials, the conquistadors, the tail end of the Crusades. This book has been used for horrific actions. Even the church, the Catholic Church, for hundreds of years, were killing other Christians. They were literally hanging them in cages outside of churches just for baptizing people as adults.
Yes, I read about that. Yes, that was back in the 1500s. Correct.
And they would drown their whole family. In the Reformation era, when the Anabaptists started baptizing people as adults, they would take their whole family and they would drown them in the river, and they would mock them by saying that they gave them a third baptism.
So it is safe to say that you see a constant evidence of the Bible. Is it you think that the Bible is inspiring them to do those things, or is it a misinterpretation based of a predisposition mindset?
No.
Kind of like, let me insert my judgment into the Bible. So I want to mold the Bible to this belief to make an excuse out of it. What do you think?
I think you're trying to do no true Scotsman. You're trying to say that your belief makes you a true Christian, but those people doing the horrible things weren't true Christians. But the problem is the Bible, as you've already just mentioned, can mean anything you want it to. The minute you're allowed to say that, well, the Bible can be interpreted through secondary prophecy meanings and metaphors, but it doesn't matter what the Bible says. It says anything you need it to say.
So as an atheist, what will be the method of cross-examination outside of the Bible when you're trying to tackle a topic? Let's just say on the philosophical aspect of morality. How does an atheist can pinpoint reference that murdering is bad?
What do you think is bad, or do you think it's wrong?
wrong and bad. Let's take both.
Okay, so I'm a moral subjectivist. I don't think there's such a thing as like objectively right or objectively wrong. I think all things are subjective when we're talking about moral terms. I think murder by and large is bad, and bad is a category. It's a category of things that are undesirable, just like good is a category of things that are generally desirable. So that's how I would categorize moral actions. I don't think that there's a transcendental goodness. That being said, if you do believe in objective morals, you've got a huge bullet to bite. You have to believe that it's okay for God to slaughter infants. You have to be okay thinking that it's okay to have women raped for the sins of their husbands. You have to believe it's okay that when a king sins, it's okay for God to kill 70,000 of the king's people at random just as punishment for the sin of the king. If you believe in objective morals, then you also think that abortion's okay, according to Numbers chapter 5. And you also think that women should or could be stoned for not bleeding on their wedding night. So if you believe in objective morals, you concern me way more than someone who believes in subjective morals, because at least somebody who believes in subjective morals can be reasoned out of their most craziest beliefs.
But you're utilizing examples of the Bible. I was just wondering, outside of the Bible, you used on me because I'm a believer of Christianity. Examples of the Bible.
Yep.
We can take a full day of basically interpreting and studying of what does it mean by that, right? And study the evidence and where the evidence leads. I was just wondering outside, like you mentioned that morality for an atheist is subjective. Me personally, and with all due respect, it'll be dangerous for me to believe that moral is subjective because there's no boundaries.
Yeah, the boundaries is whatever God tells you. Yeah. If God tells you that you need to drown your infant in the bathtub, you'll do it.
No, for an atheist to believe, not for me.
Well, I don't believe in objective morals.
You established that clearly, sir. I'm trying to
So you lost me then.
Yes, I'll run it back. What I'm trying to say is that you utilize examples for the Bible, because I know these examples, Numbers 5 and Leviticus and Deuteronomy and all these laws, that they're very, very questionable. I will agree with that. However, I'm talking into the atheist point. When you quote, and I quote, when you mention that as an atheist, you don't believe in objective morality, you believe in what is good, it means that it's desirable. What is not good, it means what is not desirable. Me personally, I believe that this is a dangerous take, because a person can desire and in his mind believe that it is good to rape babies, to give a good example.
Can you demonstrate that objective morals exist?
You have to have a reference.
But can you hold on? Stop. I ask you an easy question. Can you demonstrate that objective morals exist?
In my opinion, yes. Yes, you have.
Oh, how can you do that?
You have to have a reference for where you can pinpoint what is truistic. Of what is truth, you have to you can use that as reference, so you can understand where the boundary is.
That didn't really answer my question at all, right? I asked, could you demonstrate that objective morals exist? What would be your proof that morals do exist objectively?
Such as simple as raping children is wrong. Where do we get?
But how do you know that that's objective? Also, stop using that word on TikTok. You're on TikTok and YouTube. You can't do that.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, I'm streaming to like 4 platforms. You can't say that word.
I did not know. I do apologize, sir. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
So on that sense, you have a empirical evidence. You have a data that does establish it, that it is wrong to perform that type of act on the children.
How is that objectively wrong?
On the sense of justice and philosophical take.
I'm trying to figure out how you know that it's objectively wrong. Like, I know that you think it's wrong. I'm asking you, how do you know that it's objectively wrong? Because you and I both agree that it's wrong. Your God doesn't know it, because in Numbers 31, he says that you can take little children, girls to be your slave girls and concubines. But you believe it's wrong. I'm trying to figure out how you know that it's objectively wrong, though.
we can look at it in an evidence of the fruit of the works. Thus, the more damage than good.
So that's just called subjective morality, where you look at particular behaviors and you're saying, look, these behaviors produce good outcomes and these behaviors produce bad outcomes. But those outcome goals are completely subjective.
I have to disagree, sir, because of you said it yourself, observable laws. When you observe something continuously, it becomes, on the human's perspective, a law.
No, there's no such thing as laws. Like, laws are abstract ideas. We invent them.
Because we observe them, correct?
No, we invent them. We create laws. Laws don't exist outside of the human brain.
So how can we determine whether, because they don't exist outside of human brain, how can we utilize or sustain an organized society, basically order, if outside of the law doesn't exist?
Because we create laws. We decide that there are things that we allow and things that we don't allow. We call them laws. They don't exist outside of our abstract thoughts. They're not immaterial, transcendent things.
How so?
Because they're not. Are chairs transcendental?
This is where my language barrier will come in play. Can you explain what transcendental means?
Transcendental just means it exists like metaphysically.
Okay. Oh, crap. I'm sorry. Define metaphysically. I'm being completely honest with you. Spanish is my first language. It's not English.
It means it
Although
exists.
I'm trying my best. Yeah.
It means it exists as an entity, but only in form. If you go back to the classical philosophers, they refer to them as forms.
Okay, so you're.
So they don't exist. There's no transcendental chair. There's no transcendental laws. There's no transcendental numbers. Everything that, like, these laws, these numbers, these words, these are just inventions of the human brain.
So how did it lead to conclude that it's just an invention of the human brain through observable data?
Can you demonstrate the opposite of that? Because we know the human brain invents these things. Until you can demonstrate that they exist outside of the human brain, then they are, in fact, an invention of the human brain.
What about the when you present things such as an equation, right, which is a mathematical equation, a 2 + 2 = 4? Isn't that make it altruistic because it's been proven and proven and proven that 2 + 2 = 4?
I don't think altruistic is the word you're looking for.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to.
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I'm trying to rephrase the question. You're right. What I'm trying to say is that when it comes to evaluating, based off the parameters of which you present, where it's all subjective, it's not really an objective truth. My question is then, how can we pinpoint or reference when something that is subjective, in my understanding, means that knows no bounds?
I have no idea what you're asking.
When something is subjective, it can change all the time, correct?
No, subjective just means it's dependent on the human brain.
Therefore, it can change.
If the human brain thinks so, yeah. So if I think something and you think something, it's not that something's changing. It's just that you have a different idea than I do. Nothing's changing. There's nothing to change.
Okay, and what about if the majority starts to steer the other way or something that you disagree?
So, what? I don't care.
So you don't.
I'll disagree with them. Yeah, that's how my moral framework works. I have the right to disagree with anyone I want to, and they have the right to disagree with me. And you might not like it. That might be uncomfortable for you. But until you can demonstrate that morals exist objectively, you have no other option. This is the default position. The default position is that morals are subjective until you can prove otherwise. And then once you prove that they are objective, then you have to tell us what they are. Because just saying that they're objective is meaningless until you can tell me what they are. What are the objectively true moral laws? Where can I find them?
Can you define to connect with it justice, since it's subjective? Can you define what justice really means? The word justice.
No, I don't think justice is subjective. I think justice is a word that has an actual definition. Now, we might differ as to how justice should be carried out, but I think the definition of justice is not subjective.
But you said everything is subjective.
It's not. Justice has an objective meaning. The word has a definition. Now, it could change later. The definition of justice could change 1,000 years from now, but it would still have an objective meaning. There's a way that we use it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I do appreciate this conversation. I really do. Thank you for your time, sir.
Okay. Good talk to you. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Well, he's nice at least. He really didn't want to get into a debate, but he really wanted to get into a debate. He did his best. He did his best. Thank you, Yolanda. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yolanda says, these Christians, all of this to prove a useless God. I know, all of it. To prove a God that exists but is useless and powerless. Has no capability of doing anything. Can't make limbs grow back. Can't cure cancer. Can't help babies in the ICU. He's useless. He's a waste. He's a sky carcass. Eric Sanford, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, how come the Gospels cut out the part where Jesus tells Peter he can see his house from the cross? It's hilarious. I know. That's in the director's cut. That got edited out. It's one of the apocryphal Gospels. You have to get the additions for that one. Chris, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Says, thoughts on Revelation 20 and the little season. Are we living in it? No. Not even close. Everything in Revelation was for the first century. The author or the authors, plural, of the book of Revelation envisioned that the end was imminent, which is why it literally says just to hold on a little bit longer. Just wait a little bit longer so you don't lose your prize. The end is soon. These are the things that must soon occur. Nothing in the Revelation is talking about today. It's all failed prophecies for the first century. I know it's a hard pill to swallow for some believers, but that is the truth. Medusa, thank you for the super chat, says child marriage is still legal in most states. I didn't know that, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal federally, which is why a lot of states might not have updated their books, because if it's illegal federally, sometimes they just say, it's not worth the ink and paper and the time it takes to deal with it. Terry, thank you for the super chat, says, isn't John still alive and wandering? There can be only one. Yes, he is the last Highlander, yeah. According to legend, John never died, although we do have in the early church a narrative of his death. The early church is undecided on whether or not he actually died. But some people will say that Matthew 16 wasn't a lie because John lived forever. And if that's the case, cool. Give me a demonstration that John actually lived forever. I'd love to see the proof of that. Patrick, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W, Patrick Piazza. And Iggy, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, if God created Adam from mud and dust, couldn't he create his own son instead of doing Joseph's wife? Yeah, isn't it weird that God's method of giving birth to himself was adultery? Strange. He committed incest and adultery at the same time, and then somehow claims to be sinless. I don't know. If that's not a lie, I don't know what is. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I read a book where a guy says a guy talked to someone who saw a guy come back to life. There's a lot of those. In the ancient world, there are a lot of coming back to life stories. And Raymond Moody documented a lot of near-death experiences as well. Jay likes naps. Jay, I agree. I love a good nap. In fact, I can nap in the middle of the day like a champ. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Everyone who is a member of the Kraken Crew Elite has access to my Deconstruction cheat sheet. So, get yourself a copy of the Deconstruction cheat sheet. Join the Kraken Crew Elite, y'all. You can also subscribe on TikTok to get access to it as well. Raphael, thank you for the $2 SGD. Says, bro, working hard. I am. I worked a full day, and now I'm here with you guys because I love what I do. DL, thank you for the $10 super chat and the follow-up. He says, I meant, chameleon, not chameleons. I don't know if that makes it better. I'm drinking IPA and may have had a little typo. Would you please roast Paul, the chameleon from the chameleon from Tarsus? I love the taste of misogynistic homophobe with barbecue. Yeah, you're talking about Paul, the supposed I'm a Greek to the Greek and a Jew to the Jews and so on and so forth. He'll be anybody he needs to be for the sake of the gospel. We do need to do a live on the nonsense of the Apostle Paul. He's a maniac. They should have put him on the cross alongside Jesus. And Heavy Prime, thank you for the 666, says, it's crazy to me when you ask a believer what their God's name is and they say God. It's like, that's not his name and your mom isn't named Mom. Yeah, I get that. Those are people trying to hide from which religion they're actually a part of because they're embarrassed of it. But get this, in a lot of the ancient religions, the name for God actually was the title God. So for example, El in the ancient Ugaritic pantheon was the high God, but it was also the name of God. We get something similar with like Anu in certain forms of the Mesopotamian texts. But typically, you're right. Typically, the name God and the title God are actually different words. In fact, in ancient Akkadian, they had a symbol in their cuneiform called a dinger that let you know that the next word you're about to read is the name of a god. So we didn't really get that in every language, though. Evan, thank you for the super chat. It says, foreshadowing is narrative device used in fiction. I agree. That's how you know you're reading fiction right there. Big W, Evan. And iReactor, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. It says, ask a guy from Puerto Rico if the Christians who eradicated the Tiano were sincere, true Christians. I wish I had seen that sooner while I was talking to him. I'm sorry. I'm backed up on super chats, trying to get through them. But that's a very good point. The what's the word I'm looking for? The Catholic Church went on a conquering spree. I mean, tons of them. The Portuguese, the Spanish, so many of them went on a conquering spree. What they did in the Philippines and Mexico, horrific. Doro, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I'm sure you said before, but what is the best annotated Bible for atheists? I think the best one is the New Oxford Annotated Bible. I would get the 5th edition if I were you, or the 3rd augmented edition. I do also like the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. It's phenomenal. And there are some other new Bibles that are out that are pretty good. In 2024, Westminster finally published a new study Bible. It's very good. It's very academic. I think you'll like that as well. It's the Westminster Study Bible. I don't have it with me, but it's a very good one. I would definitely recommend it. And then Jeremy, thank you for the $5 super chat. It won't display because it got retracted for some reason. And Chris, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, don't make me make it rain to answer my previous question. Chris, I don't know what your previous question was. Did I not get to it? Maybe you just weren't patient enough. I told you I was backed up on super chats. I got a bunch of them. So hopefully I answered it. Space Lord, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says objective morality, paging Dr. Euthyphro. You know, we should have brought up the Euthyphro dilemma on him. I don't think he would have been ready for it, but you're right. That would have been the perfect guest to pull out the Euthyphro dilemma. A flanker with the $5 super chat says, I'm convinced Christians do not know what objective means. They mean absolute. That's a good point. They don't believe in objective morals. They just don't. They believe in absolute morals. And I think we've got Sarah joining us. We'll give her a second. Welcome in, Sarah.
Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Fine. I've got Ruby sitting here in my lap.
So I may or may not have finally got it set up so that you and the YouTube guests can talk with me all at the same time.
Ooh, Oh, nice.
So in order to test this out, I need somebody, Benny or Seth or Mezzo or Joel or somebody from our crew, join up on the YouTube side and see if we can dialogue while Sarah's up with us. Because I want to see if my fix finally fixed it forever and we can finally get dialogue going back and forth between the TikTok guests and the YouTube guests, because that would be really dynamite if we finally got that set up. That would really open things up for some great conversations.
So fancy.
I know. We'll see. Listen, it's either going to work or it's not. You know.
Well, yes, those are the two options.
Guys, if you're not following Sarah, make sure you do. She's awesome. She's on YouTube and TikTok. The Power of Doug compels you to follow her on both platforms. And I think we only have like another, I don't know, like 60 days before they ban TikTok again. So, I mean, by all means, find us on YouTube if you're not following us on YouTube yet. All right, well, let me grab somebody. Nobody joined up on the YouTube queue yet that's on like the atheist side of things. We'll give them a second to see if they'll join up. While we're waiting for somebody to join up, let me grab somebody from our TikTok queue and we'll keep our discussions rolling. Crystal joined. All right, let me get Crystal in here. Crystal.
Can you hear me?
Crystal. Well, I can.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, although the
echo
is really bad. You have to. You got to turn.
You got to turn. Mute.
All right, go ahead. Mute. Now, Sarah, go ahead and talk. I want to see if Crystal can hear you.
Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Did you hear that, Crystal?
No, I did not.
Oh, that's so sad.
I heard her.
Let me see. Let me look at my mixer. Let me see if the mixer. All right, go ahead. Say something again, Sarah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, she can't hear you because my mixer's not. All right, say it again.
Oh, hi.
Oh no, TikTok is not putting the audio out to my mixer. I knew it never wants to work. I tell it to put audio to my mixer. It won't put audio to my mixer. I don't know why it never wants to work. Let me turn monitoring on. Let me see what happens. All right, try it again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Still nothing.
All right. Well, don't worry. I mean,
no, I don't hear it.
All right. Don't worry, Crystal. It's never going to work. It's going to be broken forever. Software's ridiculous. Software's. All right. Thank you
All
for.
right, have a great show.
Thank you for the test, Crystal. All right. Well, we got plenty of people waiting to get in on YouTube or TikTok, so let's grab them. All right. We're going to get John M. Oh, they dropped. That was fast. Okay, John. He lasted half a second. Let's see. We'll grab the next one. Looks like we're going to get David in here. David's trying to connect. Well, while David's connecting, God is DL. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, how come Christians don't understand how laws work? Well, they need laws to be transcendental. That's like part of their, they don't realize that, but they need laws to be transcendental for their argumentation to work. They don't realize that they're invented. Susie, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says the Gospel of Thomas talks about Jesus killing his peers as a child. Is that why it was left out of the canon? Well, there's a couple reasons why it wasn't part of the canon. I mean, most people don't think that it was as old as people might think. And it seems to be that a lot of people probably saw the more fanciful parts of it and thought, I don't know if this is the look we want. But David's not connecting, so I guess we can drop David and move on to our next one. David, come on back if you find some connection. We'll try to get Dr. Barbarossa. Nectu, oh, they dropped too. Okay, Nectu, thank you for the super chat. It says, thanks for the entertainment tonight. Are you a mythicist on Jesus? Just curious. I am not. I am a historicist. Although my position is that a lot of what we know about Jesus from the Bible is mythology, even though I think he was a real person. Like, I don't believe he said most of what is attributed to him in the Bible. Oh, we got somebody. Dr. Barbarossa, how you doing? Hello?
Maybe.
Hello?
Yeah, good and beautiful evening, I wish you.
Yeah, man.
Did you write
welcome in.
Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
This right here, did I do that?
Thank you.
No, the devil did that.
That's not right.
No, the devil did it.
I will tell you why.
Okay, yeah, tell me why it's not true, and then I'll cook you.
First of all, if you think logically, you are the person that's supposed to prove that.
I would love to.
Am I wrong?
Do it?
No one can be able to do it the last 2,000 years.
Oh, that's
to prove
not
such
true
a
at all.
person
They were doing
was
it.
a liar.
They were doing it literally like within 100 years. Celsus was maybe
Show
the
me,
first
okay,
one
no
to do
problem,
it.
no problem. Show me how you can do it.
Okay, easy
Okay.
enough. Do you think that?
I'm listening.
Okay, do you think that all the words of Jesus are true?
What did he really say? Of course, true.
Cool. In John 1:18, it says, "No one has ever seen God. It is only the Son Himself, God, who is close to the Father's heart, who has made Him known." So, does this mean that only Jesus has seen God?
No, it means what it was written there.
Yeah, it says no one has ever seen God.
No
except for the Son.
ever seen God.
Right.
Is it written here?
Okay, and what does that mean?
No one has ever seen God.
Great.
It means so.
Okay, so when Jesus says no one has ever seen God, it just means that no one has ever seen God, right?
If he said this, it doesn't matter of Jesus or Johannes or John or Yahya or anyone else. What matters is the truth. So again, it is true. No one has ever.
So it's just yes or no question. All you need is say yes or no. Is it true that no one has seen God?
Is it true? Yes.
Cool. Okay. So then what do you do when we get to the book of Exodus? When it says Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu and the 70 elders of Israel went up and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. God did not lay his hand on the chief men of the Israelites. They beheld God and they ate and they drank. So it says here that they saw the God of Israel. Oops.
Okay, I can, of course, comment. Do you know who is the God of Israel at this time?
Yahweh.
Can you prove this from this verse, specific verse?
Oh, do you think they
What
saw?
you show?
Do you think they saw another God?
I just asked you, who is
Do
the
you
God
think
of
that they
Israel
saw
in this
another
verse?
God?
I will tell you something. First of all, the first.
We'll try this again. It was a really easy yes or no question. Do you think that they saw another God on the mountain?
Are you talking with yourself?
I'm talking to you, dummy. Do you think they saw the God of Israel, or do you think that they saw another God? Because it says that they saw the
I will
God
not
of
ask
Israel.
you why you called me dumb, because it
Because you're
describes
dumb.
your mentality. I will ask. Okay, I will answer you
All right,
with
so
a question.
I'm going to ask you the same question for the 40th time. Do you believe they saw God, or do you believe they saw a different God? It's a very easy question. Also, aren't you Muslim?
No one believe God. I am a Muslim, alhamdulillah.
Oh,
I am a
yeah,
Muslim.
I figured. Yeah,
As
yeah.
Jesus,
You
as
like the
Musa.
pedophile prophet.
We love all the prophets and the messengers from Allah.
I know, especially the
we are
ones that touch
Muslimin.
little girls. I know.
Astaghfirullah. You are a liar. Do you know what is the proof?
I don't even know
What you just wrote.
I don't even know what words are coming out of your mouth.
That describes you. When you
I'm not a Muslim to get up here.
okay, I will explain.
Whoa! That was wild.
I love to hear the Muslims get up here and defend the Bible like they haven't read the Quran. The Quran literally says the Bible was corrupted. How do they not know this? They don't believe the Bible.
That's what actually I've heard when people are arguing with me that's what they tell me about the Bible, that it's corrupted.
That's exactly it. They believe the Bible was corrupted. They got the correct revelation.
Right. I'm
so
confused.
Weird. Oh well, let's move on. Let's grab the next one. Oh, he's back. Barbarossa, you're not even a Christian. Get out of here. All right, let's grab our next one. We got Alf coming in. Oh, this is a really good question, Doc Pluroma. Good to see you tonight, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. It says, why do Christians always take the approach, show me on this doll where Jesus touched you, like we're suffering from victimization? I know. They always think that we're ex-Christians because like something bad happened to us. Like they can't just accept that it was for like logical reasons.
No, I get who hurt you all the time.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Phil Fun, thank you for the super chat. It says, thanks for being free deconstruction therapy. Well, thank you for supporting the station, and we're going to do what we can. And Alf is still having trouble connecting. We'll give him time. TikTok's slow sometimes. Meg, thank you for the super chat. It says, the more I think about it, the more Monty Python's Life of Brian makes sense. Listen, the Monty Python, I think, is the real like life example of what happened. I think the Bible is a lie. Monty Python's true. Watch the Life of Brian. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Dr. Steak, Big W. And I hope you enjoy the deconstruction cheat sheet. So that guest dropped out. I guess they didn't want to talk. So we'll try again.
I think you scared him away.
That's what it was. Yeah. How you doing, Anaho?
No, Joe. Yeah.
Cool. So are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 30 years old and I'm a believer. Yep.
Cool. And are you aware that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
I'm not worried about that. I'm trying to see your angle on this.
So
saying if Jesus.
So that's a no. You're not aware.
I don't think he was a liar and a fraud. No.
Cool. You want to talk about it? How long have you been watching?
Hold on. Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory? Is that?
It's almost like he didn't hear a question I asked. I don't know if you know this, but you're in my live, and we actually have a topic. Did you want to talk about the topic, or do you want to run your own live?
I don't want to run my own live.
I mean, you're welcome to run your own live. Listen, I'm sure 5 people will show up to it.
Oh, okay. Nice being a elitist on the viewership there. I appreciate that. Very tolerant of you. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
So you don't want to talk about the topic?
I said that I don't think he's a liar and a fraud.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to address that topic, the topic that's actually on the screen?
Well, I don't know if you understand English, but I just said that I don't think he's a liar and a fraud.
Cool. And then I asked you, would you like to talk about it?
Sure.
Cool. Okay. Is everything Jesus said true? Oh, thank you for the hat. I appreciate that.
I wasn't there, but probably.
Okay. Do you think the Bible accurately records all of Jesus's words?
I'm unsure of that. There's translation issues. I wasn't the one who.
Cool. So we'll start off easy. How about John 3:13? Jesus says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. Is that true?
1 sec there.
Let me Google it. Let me Google if it's true. I don't want to get into a pickle.
I'm actually messaging a guy in Discord who wanted me to come here. He's telling me to leave. I don't know why he's doing that.
Yeah, because you're about to get cooked. I'd be telling you to leave too if I was your friend.
Why?
You want to find out? Fuck around.
Are you? All right, well, let's find out. I want to know what your understanding of the universe is.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about the topic. I'd run away from this topic too. You haven't actually read the Bible, have you?
No.
Oh, I figured. Okay. Well, then I don't think you're prepared for this discussion.
I don't think you're prepared. I don't think you're prepared.
How do you know? How do you know if Jesus ever told a lie or said something that was untrue if you haven't read the book? Sarah, could you imagine having not read a book? Like, imagine that you converted to Mormonism and you're like, the Book of Mormon has no lies in it. I'm like, oh, have you read the Book of Mormon?
Write the Bible, though? Did Jesus write the Bible?
I've read
No.
the Bible. I'm asking about.
No,
I'm asking about
no.
specifically
Jesus,
about the
right.
words of Jesus, and the words of
Right.
Jesus are recorded in the Bible. Now, if you have the words of Jesus recorded outside of the Bible, I'd love to see them. Do you have
Right,
words?
the Bible.
Do you have words of Jesus that are recorded outside the Bible?
Bro, you're muting me and you're not letting.
Let me try this again. Do you have access to the words of Jesus outside of the Bible? Do those exist?
Yes.
Oh, where are they?
He told me himself.
Oh, so you get divine revelation. Can you get divine revelation from God right now?
Yes.
Oh shit. Okay. Tell me, how many pens are in my desk drawer right now?
How many pens? Well, what do you define a pen as?
You know what a pen is.
I don't know what a pen is. I know
What is happening?
I love what a pen is. I love pen is.
I know you're making the play on words. I'm not making that play on words right now. I'm an adult.
Explain the Big Bang Theory to me right
Okay,
now.
so you can't actually stay on topic.
Oh, I can, because that's what you think. That's how you think the universe is created. Yes or no?
So if you don't want to talk about the topic, just say so. That's fine. I'll move on to an adult that will.
I'm an adult that will.
Okay, well, guess what? I run a live all the time that's not this topic. I run lives that are about just open topics. You can come and talk about the Big Bang anytime you want on one of those topics. But when I run specific topics, I talk about that specific topic. It's not your live, it's my live.
I don't think you're qualified to talk about creationism.
I literally am. You haven't even read the Bible. You have no idea what creationism even is according to your own faith. So I'm gathering you don't actually want to talk about the topic. You're just up here to like piss and moan.
He's not a liar.
So I'll just, do you want me to actually read the verse that makes him a liar or not?
You muted me 40 times.
Dude, 41.
You're
42.
Fair.
43.
Coward.
44.
Unscientific.
5.
Newton's law.
46.
You talking about Newton?
47. Yeah, he threw Newton in there.
He's ready to prove how wrong you are about the Big Bang. He's so excited about this Big Bang.
He's itching.
You're afraid.
He's got stardust in his. I can't even say the word. All right. Well, listen. We're going to move on to an actual adult, but you're welcome to come back if you actually want to talk about the topic. Okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
That was wow. To say nope, I haven't read it, but yes, I hear directly from God. Honestly, I was a little surprised.
He made Jesus proud, Sarah. He really did.
Absolutely.
Gates of Delirium, thank you for the super chat. Says God's name is Yahuwah, or whatever other mispronunciation these is. I know I like Yahusha. I think that's my favorite made up name of God. It does mix the Yahuwah with the Yeshua. It kind of gets that Trinitarian situation going. And politically active 18-year-old, way to be active young. Thank you for the super chat. Says, was Jesus with Riz cuffed or was bro on Max Riz cell grind set? Like, was Mary Magdalene wifey or just NPC in the lore? Bible devs nerfed the listen. Listen,
we're too old.
I'm literally so old right now that I understood one of those words. I send me like the Gen Alpha dictionary. I promise I'll get better. Like I'll start looking up some of these words. I don't know what half of these things mean. Like I started to feel like plaque form in my brain as Alzheimer's set in just reading that. So I don't. But thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Oh, Chris says I did answer it. So I did answer your question. I'm glad I did. And Steak, thank you for the blessing. $5 blessing, says Doug bless you. And last one from Jake. Big W, Jake. Good to see you. Jake says, Jesus, I'll be back soon. Disciples, awesome. When? Jesus, soon. Disciples, can you be more specific? Jesus blocks them. Humanity, damn, we got Holy Ghosted. That's great. So, Jake, I listened to your Exodus Brothers podcast. Awesome work, by the way. I love the first 2 episodes out on YouTube. Guys, follow the Exodus Brothers podcast on YouTube. They just started talking about their deconstruction from their cult religion, and it's phenomenal. I think you're gonna like it. But we've got let me get this name right. Home of Christ. How you doing, Home of Christ?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And are you aware that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
No.
Cool. You want to see that he's a liar and a fraud tonight?
Yes, I want to see.
Cool. Which one do you want to start with?
Just prove me.
Well, I'm going to. I'm asking you want to start with the liar part or the fraud part?
Whichever you like.
Oh, we'll start with fraud. Cool. We're going to do Jeremiah 31. Have you read Jeremiah?
Yes.
Cool. Who's Jeremiah writing to? Who's his audience?
Oh, I'm not aware.
So you haven't read Jeremiah. Cool. Well, Jeremiah is writing to the Israelites, both in the previous days or the days previous to the Babylonian captivity and in the middle of the Babylonian captivity. And he says that they're going to be held captives in Babylon for 70 years. That's Jeremiah 25. And then he gives further prophecies about the restoration after the 70-year period. And part of that prophecy starts in chapter 31. And it says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." So just on face value, what is this prophecy about?
Sorry, what?
What's the prophecy about?
Wait, I'm confused now.
I know you are because you haven't read Jeremiah.
Yeah. No, I've read it.
Jeremiah is talking to the mothers of the Israelites, and he says, don't weep for your children because they're going to come back from the land of the enemy.
Yeah.
Which is where?
Hold up. May I ask what is this? Which verse is this?
Jeremiah 31, 15 through 16.
Okay, wait, let me check.
You have a bunch of requests for an age check in the chat.
Yeah, he sounds 12, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He said he was 18. I don't know. I could call him a liar to his face, but he might. Listen, some people just sound young.
That is true. That is true.
Like people always think you're like 20 years younger.
Uh-huh.
Well, while he's doing that, we'll catch up on a couple of super chats. Marduk, good to see you tonight. Marduk says, Sarah, you need to always be here just to laugh. And we do love Sarah's presence here, guys. We really do.
Oh, thanks, friends.
Guys, Sarah and I did start a Bible study, an evangelical Bible study on her channel. We should be dropping another episode this week, so make sure you're following her YouTube channel so you can watch the evangelical Bible study. And I don't know if anyone saw my first video with Rabbi Tovia Singer on the prophecy of Isaiah 53, but we're going to be cooking a bunch of prophecies together. So stay tuned on my YouTube channel to see the long form interviews with Tovia Singer as we go through the Old Testament prophecies and clearly demonstrate that the Jewish people actually got it right and the Christians are liars.
Awesome.
May I ask sorry, what?
Oh,
Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah 31. It's on the screen. You can just read it off the screen, right? It's literally right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna just.
Sarah, can you see it?
I sure can. I'm not sure what it is he's checking. He actually asked in the comments, Jeremiah what? So I'm not sure that he's fully, in the conversation.
Listen, homie of Christ, I don't think you're 18, and I think you're just wasting time. So I'm going to drop you. Go read the verse. Come on back. We'll probably hit this with one of the next guests if you really want to know what's happening here. And I don't know. I don't know what to do with some of these people. Josh, with our last guest, Josh says that guest was a whiner. Wah. Yeah, I agree with you. That guest was a whiner. I love when they get in here think they're going to just like dictate how the live is going to go. Like it's their live. It's weird that they think that's going to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Saint Soul, thank you for the super chat. It says, DZ, you should do a collab with Dan McClellan. I'd actually love to. I've been meaning to get around to collaborating with everybody, but it takes a little bit of work. I am hopefully going to be getting together with Brandon soon from Mindshift, so we'll do what we can. All right, MCL, welcome in. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
MCL, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm way over 80. I am a believer, but I don't worship him, but I reckon he existed.
Yeah, I actually
I reckon he's a liar.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think he was a real person, and I think he was a fraud. So we agree, actually.
Oh, the fraud bit. Sorry?
I said, so we agree then.
Oh, where am I from? Or
No, I said we agree. You and I agree that Jesus was a fraud.
I'm not sure about the fraud bit. I don't really understand that Jeremiah bit that you had up before.
I can explain it if you want. You're not a Christian, are you?
Oh, yes, please. Used to be.
Okay, so you're an ex-Christian.
That was back in 2007.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you, then I'll move on to the next Christian. So in Jeremiah, it clearly is talking about the Israelites coming back from the Babylonian captivity. That's why it says that they will come back from the land of the enemy. And if we just read the rest of Jeremiah 31, it seems pretty clear. The problem with this is if you go to the book of Matthew and go to like chapter 2, say like verse 17 through 19, this prophecy is misapplied to the babies that are murdered in Bethlehem. It says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But it's simply not what the prophecy was talking about. It wasn't talking about a bunch of babies being killed, 600 years later in Bethlehem. So Matthew's just making stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's just like John. I think John's twisted a bit of Jesus' words too.
Yeah, I agree, actually, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you when you had the, I think it was 3:16, and ascended to heaven. And then you got the 2 Kings 2 verse 11 when Elijah went up. So that's a bit of a contradiction there, but
yeah.
But you got to remember, like, is it really accurate? Because Jesus didn't speak English, so it's not really easy to translate from English to Aramaic.
Clearly, that was the problem. Yeah, Jesus didn't speak good enough English. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah. But I still believe he existed. I still believe he was a man of God. I don't believe he was God, but who's that for me to say? Especially when I'm an ex-Christian now.
Sure. Yeah, I get you. I get you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming through, and I hope you have a good one.
Yep. You too, buddy. All right. Thanks a lot. See ya.
All right. Well, keep on moving. Let's see. We got a couple of people waiting to get in. Let me grab Belief R. And that's their name, right? And Vera, thank you for the 200 yen. Says, if Yahweh is real, he will command Jews, Messiah, to murder Christian men, women, infants, and child, but to keep virgins for themselves because Christians tortured, slaughtered, and converted Jews, won't he? I don't know if that's the case. According to the Old Testament prophecies, when the Messiah comes, he's going to slay all the wicked. So I don't know who the wicked are. I don't know how he's going to make that judgment, but that seems to be what the Old Testament is saying. But sorry about that, Leaf. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How
Leaf,
are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
That's good.
Leaf, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 30 and I'm a believer.
Cool. And are you aware that Jesus was a liar and a fraud?
No, I was not aware, but it's piqued my interest.
I would imagine it would do that, actually, yeah. Well, let's go over a simple one, and then we can like move from the simple to the more difficult. Okay.
Cool. I'm good.
So in John chapter 3, have you read the book of John yet?
I know about it, but I haven't fully read it, like gotten into it like as deep as you guys have.
Okay.
But I'm just like very bare bones basics believer kind of guy. Like I just go to mass every Sunday and whatever the priest talks about, that's what I ponder about for the week. But if
I get it
when it's up here, like I know it when I read it, when it's like in my face, it's familiar. If that makes sense.
No, yeah, I get it. Listen, I'd go to church for free bread and wine too. So in John 3:13, it says Jesus is speaking. He says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man." So can we take that to mean that nobody has ascended into heaven other than Jesus?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Have you read 2 Kings? Because 2 Kings talks about Elijah and Elisha, and it says they continued walking and talking, and a chariot of fire and horses separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Only when I started watching you live, I've heard about it. Yes.
Okay. So if Elijah ascended into heaven in a whirlwind, that means Jesus got it wrong. Somebody has ascended into heaven.
So, well, there's other things as well. Like, I mean, some people also believe like Mother Mary ascended also into heaven.
Yes.
As well too.
Yeah. The
and
assumption
I and for some strange reason, like I believe that. Like I don't know, like my gut instinct, my feelings about it just says it's right. Like I'd rather live in a world where it's right than it's not.
Yeah, I used to believe in that actually when I was young. I used to think that
Yeah.
Mary was assumed in heaven.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't now. Obviously, I'm an atheist, but so the problem is like Jesus says things that are just like demonstrably untrue. He also predicted his second coming within the generation of his disciples still living there.
Ooh, that's interesting.
That's a good one, huh? Want to read that one?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go to Matthew 10:23, and then we're also going to go to 16:27 through 28, and then we'll do 24:30 through 34. I'll put it on the screen.
Like there are also some other verses like in the Old Testament where they say people say other prophets saw like God as well.
Oh yeah.
And my interpretation of that is like I believe the Trinity existed in the Old Testament, you know, ever in the beginning in Genesis. I believe that Jesus was already there. And that if he existed in the beginning, that means he should have been able to meet all these other people that they say that all these people have met, if that makes sense. Like if he's saying that he is God, then he should have been able to meet all these other prophets and like versions of God in man form, like if that makes sense.
I like what you're saying. Okay, Leaf, listen. This is why I love having discussions online, because sometimes you run into people that disagree with you that raise really good points. So if Jesus was the God of the Old Testament, if he was the angel of Yahweh, if he actually was literally Yahweh, not just the son of Yahweh, then in the Old Testament, he would have known that Enoch was taken up. In the Old Testament, he would have known that Elijah was taken up. He would have known that Nadab and Abihu and Moses and Aaron and the 70 elders of Israel went on the mountain and saw God. But he actually
exactly.
He doesn't know that stuff in the New Testament. He doesn't know it. He contradicts
because
it.
Because he's in man form. He's like, imagine like you don't have God mode on, like you're in human form, basically.
So
like he doesn't have access to the Akashic records and all this crap. Like he doesn't have all this like unboundless limit of like intellect about everything.
did he have access to his own words? Because if he's God and if he is the word of God, then that means he should have known every word of the Old Testament. In fact, he would have been there. He would have been present there when it happened.
Yeah. I could, yeah, yes, I guess that's what I can say.
Yeah.
Leaf, is your perspective on the Bible that it is like the perfect true word of God, or do you see it more as this is a text that was written about that time, but it's not necessarily perfect?
I would say the first. I would say that it's perfect the way that it is. Even the fact that it exists is a miracle itself. Like, or even us having this conversation, like the message is being put across that, like, that's the main point of it, if that makes sense.
So even,
Like,
I mean, we just looked at some contradictions.
yeah.
So it seems like it isn't perfect. So I guess I'm surprised that that's your perspective.
Well, like, it's like if you're a human, how can you understand God? Like, you can't, because you're limited by your human perspective. Like, have
But
you
we
read the
can't
book of?
understand a contradiction.
Yeah, I know, but like, have you read the book of Job? Like, he went through all this stuff, right? And in the end, like, God showed him this vision of like the universe, and then Job was like, "This doesn't really answer my question. Like, why did I have to go through all this?"
Yeah, Job was right. It didn't
Like,
answer the question.
it really doesn't answer the question. So it really puts you to this position of like, why would just God show me like some Doctor Strange scene after going through so much pain because some guy in heaven said, "I want to test this guy," and you have to understand like everything is not like this God's version of thinking, and that's not what we have. And like the veil will be lifted when we die, type stuff. Like everything will be known to us, and I just really believe that. And like I really believe that the true purpose of the Bible is just to carry that will of
So,
that belief.
so God's perfect Bible and his perfect word, we can't actually understand it. And
We can
God,
get like a sneak peek of what it is through the Bible. Like
but
he's
wouldn't,
giving us like a real way to understand it in our human way is how I perceive it. That's
but
why I feel like it's hard to understand, because it's like me asking you to, can you explain the eighth dimension for me? I can tell you through math and stuff, but I can't. I can show it to you through lines, but I really can't. So like I understand people, like your place is to be an atheist, and that helps other people and helps you. Like you have to understand that like everything is connected in a way universally. I can't say that everything that you're saying is wrong. Like I can agree that you can say that he's a fraud and liar because there are things that do contradict, but then you have to understand that maybe like God operates beyond our comprehension
so you're
and does
reading this
things.
text and you're looking at it and you can see a blatant contradiction. But
Well,
the
my Bible is
conclusion that you
actually,
drew was
sorry,
that
sorry. Can I
even though
just
this appears to be a contradiction, I'm going to assume that God actually isn't contradicting, and somehow I'm unable to determine that there is a
Oh, I
contradiction.
see. Oh no, I understand what you're saying, but it's like I see the contradiction under how you guys are seeing it, but because like my Bible's really cool. Like mine is like it's in three languages all in one. It's in Hebrew, it's in Greek, and it's in English as well. And it's like on one page, it's always side to side in all three.
Well,
And
those
like I grew up,
contradictions exist in the original languages too.
yep. But then like I mean, you have to look beyond the contradictions, and
Why?
like because there's more. How do I say this? Like I feel like the contradictions are there on purpose.
Oh, so God's trying to trick you?
That's
No,
dirty.
it's not. No, 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 no. Sorry. When I mean contradictions, sorry, when I think of contradictions, like for example, when you said Elijah went up to heaven and how Mary ascended into heaven, right? That's what I see as a contradiction, right? But I still believe in the faith of what they say. Like because you have to understand like God is timeless.
But
Do you know
which
what I mean?
one, right? So if Jesus says no one has no one has ascended, but
Yes.
someone did ascend,
Yep.
both of those things cannot be true. It's not like a bigger perspective or being
It can be
outside
true
of.
if you're outside time.
No, it can't. It's not possible for no one to have
You
ascended
can.
and for someone to have ascended. You
All
can't
right.
have those
Firstly,
two things be
my
true.
interpretation of that text is no one other than Jesus has seen God, is what it's saying, right?
Well, that's a different one, but sure.
They're both wrong, but though.
Right. All right, so I'm a bit lost. Can we get back to what was the main thing we were trying to?
So
Ask me.
no one has ascended, right?
Yeah.
Jesus says that no one has done it,
Yeah.
but someone has done it.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay. Okay. Elijah, did he do it out of his own will, or did God do it? The
It's
snatching up in
irrelevant.
his.
That's irrelevant.
It's
No,
the question is,
doesn't matter.
did it happen?
I can't prove that it happened, but I feel like it is relevant because, let's say, like, God can act outside of so-called text. Like, I believe in the Bible, but I can't say that it's 100% accurate. Like, as
That's very
we
different
were
from what you
discussing, yeah.
just said previously. So is it perfect or is it not accurate?
Depends on what your perspective is on perfect. Like, perfect means 100%, right?
Yeah. No errors.
Okay, so to just for like the sake of being accurate, I would say that it is like 90 to 95% accurate. I would believe, like just out of goodwill and being biased a bit, you know.
So right in the text, we have an example of when Jesus said something that is not true. Jesus said something that we can support previously in the text. So if you're trying to say most of it's true, but some of it's false, now you're in the position where you have to decide, is the Old Testament wrong when it recorded this event, or is Jesus incorrect when he made this statement?
Mm-hmm. Well, what I believe in is like Jesus fulfills the Old Testament, like so we don't have to do all like
How do you
rituals
do
and all
that?
the Messianic by through the cross, by the cross.
Did he say that? Because
I don't know.
Because he says in Matthew chapter 5, says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill." So he didn't
Yeah,
come
fulfill,
to.
yeah.
Well, fulfill doesn't mean abolish.
Fulfill, sorry. Yeah, no, not abolish, but he comes to fulfill it. So that
Well,
means it's completed, right?
No, that's what abolish means. Abolish means that
Oh, okay.
it's gone, right? That's why he says
Oh, I
after
thought-
that, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore,"
Yeah, not a single yod, yeah.
Yep. "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So according to Jesus, if you follow those laws, you'll be great in the kingdom of heaven.
It's cool.
Right?
Cool. So I'm not going to eat shellfish and stuff and do certain things and...
Watch your fabrics.
And
yeah, I was talking about like cloven animals and don't eat.
Yeah. How do you
stuff
feel
like
about
that. That's not
sideburns?
good. How do I feel about sideburns? I don't know. I think it's
You get long curly
optional.
ones.
I think it's optional. Like a lot of people like really think about it like it's really cool NPC vibe. You know what I mean? It really piques people's interest, curly sideburns. But I'm a more of a mid-taper kind of guy, you know?
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I really do.
Yeah. But this is a really, really fun topic.
It
Thank
is
you so
actually a
much.
really fun topic. Yeah. Anything else?
Because
to add?
I've always, no, nothing really. Do you have anything you want to ask me either?
Yeah. Why do you think Jesus is the Messiah?
This is a bit tough, but I'm gonna get a little about myself. I won recently, 3 years ago, I got into like a NDE, near death experience. My my alleged friend at the time, he gave me a vape, and I thought it was just some pot in it, and it was actually laced with what's that called? The one that's on the top list.
LSD?
Yep, and I had a really bad reaction. Like for me, apparently, I was wilding out in my room, throwing things around, fighting. Had to get like 2 ambulances to put me down. This guy ran away, and I was having like a really crazy trip. Like I was like in that tunnel,
Oh, yeah.
seeing shit flash past and everything. And in the end, like you're out there in that ocean of darkness, and there's nothing there. That was my experience, and that light just came out of nowhere, and it spoke to me, but not through voice, but in feeling. And it was like it sounded like my voice, but God voice, and it said like Raph, I've loved you ever since or before I even created you. And then I woke up getting like a CT scan, and then like I stopped asking questions after that. pretty much.
Yeah, this
like I feel like everyone's experience is like a personal relationship. That's why I can't say that Elijah didn't ascend, because everyone's relationship with God is exclusive. Like your journey with him is private type of thing.
Do you think it's possible that you hallucinated?
100%, because I was on heavy stuff. But you have to understand, like I've played around with stuff before, like under that, just for fun. But the way it hits is really different. Like it's
LSD hits hard.
Yes, I understand, and especially when you don't know that you've taken it.
Yes, especially when you're like running with the devil, 70s jean jacket, hitting that thing. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Old person.
Oh, I get it. That meme stereotype. Yeah. I get it.
Oh, we're old.
The Doomer thing, is that what it is?
You were not even born yet. Sorry, it's an old reference. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm 1,000,000 years old. I'm a boomer, man.
No,
man. You look like you're my age. You're like probably like 35 or something. I'm 30 though, but like
I'm
at the end of the day, sorry.
I just crossed over the hill. I'm on 40 now.
Oh, that's cool. Like, I mean, look where you're at. You've got your life going for you. It's really awesome. I'm really happy to see like someone like just flourish in their environment with their own peeps and their own crowd. I hope that I can get there someday. Really inspiring.
I promise you will. Definitely you will. With a personality like what you have, I suspect you will get a great personality. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Oh, thanks so much, man. Me too. All right, I won't take your time much longer, but
well, thanks for sharing with us, Leaf. I appreciate it.
All right, peace.
All right, cheers. W for Leaf. Big W for Leaf. All right, listen, guys. I cannot stay up late tonight. I've got a long day tomorrow. I've got a project at work that's coming due, and everyone's working extra. So I'm not going to stay up late tonight and party like it's 1999 because it's 2025, and I'm an old man with work responsibilities. Unfortunately, sometimes I have to get things done. So thank you so much for being here. Let me grab the last couple super chats. Josh, thank you for the super chat. It says Jeremiah was a bullfrog. I do agree. He was a good friend of mine. What about you, Sarah? Good friend?
Never a single word he said, but something.
You drank his wine.
Yes.
Mike, thank you for the $5 super chat. Mike says Christianity is just a conspiracy theory about the Hebrew Bible, 2nd century QAnon. You're so right. Listen, think of every like conspiracy theory cult of Christianity you've ever thought of, like the Seventh-day Adventists, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and the doomsday prepping ones. That's what Christianity started out was. Christianity was just the doomsday cult of Judaism. And Crispy Cheese, dope name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. I love the name. Have you ever had flaming cheese?
No.
I'm a fan of all varieties of cheese, but there's one called flaming cheese you can get at some Greek restaurants.
You light it on fire?
They douse it with oil, and they light the oil on fire, and they bring flaming cheese. It's amazing.
Fantastic.
Crispy Cheese, thank you for the super chat. Says, if you're not rocking with Doug, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Praise Doug. I know. Yeah, guys, while I'm reading out these last couple super chats, see who's online so we can get a raid going. We got to know who we're going to raid after this. And thank you, Gabe, for upgrading to the Kraken Crew Elite. Everyone on the Kraken Crew Elite level and everyone who subscribes to me on TikTok has access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. If you're on TikTok, it'll be a link in my first pinned video under subs. And if you're on YouTube, when you go to your perks menu for your subscription, it'll be there. A lot of my talking points are on that cheat sheet. And Cranky, good to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, this is fully my favorite Wednesday night stream. Anybody bring up Isaiah 53 yet? Keep cooking, Chef Hail Doug. Here's the deal, Cranky. I really appreciate this super chat, but I feel like I saw this super chat in my queue like an hour ago, and I don't feel like I was that backed up on my super chats because like I've been waiting to read this super chat because I saw it fly by way long ago. So I don't know why it's just now on my super chat list. I don't know if it got out of order, but thank you so much for being here. And surprisingly, to much chagrin, Isaiah 53 did not come up. This might be the first night we talked about Jesus where Isaiah 53 did not come up. But thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for being here. Breezy with the $5 super chat says, Christians need to stop saying we can't understand God. They can't understand anything about him. E.g., ask them what is the color of a What? You bring up a good point, because if God is so beyond our comprehension, saying we can't understand him, well, then any claim they make about God is by default, we don't have to believe it's true. You don't understand God. Don't tell me what he's like.
No, the Holy Spirit told them, so they can understand.
That's right. Oh, I forgot. I broke my Holy Spirit decoder ring. I was playing with it too much, and my little spinny thing broke off. I need to. I'm gonna have to get another one, but don't worry. I still got the Holy Spirit magic crystal ball, so we'll be okay. William Stevens is correct. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says it was probably the DMT vape. Yeah, the kid vaped something hard. It was way too much for him. He shouldn't have been touching, substances. It wasn't the right thing to do. Skeptic and Scoundrels, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Good to see you tonight. Says to the last caller, what's more plausible? You talked to Jesus, or it was just a hallucination? I think he actually knows the answer. So now imagine a Muslim asking that with Allah instead. Did your answer change? If yes, why? Yeah, I actually wanted to talk more about that with him, but I didn't want to drag the conversation out too much longer because I really got to get to bed. But I think just talking to him the little bit that we did, I think he kind of understood that was the case. He probably hallucinated. And I didn't want to embarrass him. He was up here being so nice. He's being so kind. When they come up and they're nice, you don't want to cook them, right? You want to. Yeah. It's hard to cook someone you like.
I was trying to do I push this or should I be kind of nice and right? I don't know.
There are some people when they come in and they're clearly ridiculous. I'm thinking I'm going to cook them. I got to cook them. Someone's got to cook them. But there's some people come in and I'm like, oh, they're too sweet. I don't want to do that. It's public. Yeah. People are watching. We don't need to do that.
Right, exactly.
All right, who's live? Is Mezzo live? Who's live right now, guys? I think someone was saying Mezzo was live, but he was live earlier today. Now we got to see who's live so we can go raid somebody, guys. Hold on.
Chat says Mezzo.
Mezzo is live? Okay, hold on. I hate with a passion the TikTok website. It never works for me. I log in, it doesn't show me anyone's live. I know there are 100 people live. I don't see anyone live right now.
You're on the TikTok website?
Often
so I can put it on the screen.
Wife's gonna leave.
I'll show you what I'm talking about. It'll make more sense in a second. Okay, now I got some people that are live. Okay. Let's see who is live. I see Mezzo live. Mezzo is live. All right, let me get Mezzo up on the screen here, guys, so we can go give Mezzo a raid. Mezzo, still, guys, listen, I don't know why. Mezzo is still not streaming to YouTube. He's only on TikTok right now. So let's go raid Mezzo's live. He's got 290 people watching right now. I think we can get that up to 350. So right now, go find Mezzo. It's Mezzo underscore WS. MEZZO underscore WS. Let's all go raid Mezzo right now. He's at 305, 319. Let's go. Let's get 350. I'll see you over there, guys, in just a minute. 325. We're almost there. Go tell Mezzo we're here. We're saying hi. We're raiding. Tell him Justin and Sarah sent you. And I'll see you. Sarah, did you go live tonight?
No, I didn't tonight.
Okay. Let's see. Is today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so tomorrow we're recording.
Yeah.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're doing the Bible study. Fantastic. I can't wait.
Yay.
All right, guys, we did it. We're over 350 at 357. I'll see you guys over at Mezzo's place in just a minute. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Follow Sarah's account if you're not already following Sarah. Follow her on both on TikTok and on YouTube. You won't regret it. The power of Doug compels you. And do it for Ruby.
Aw, yeah. Here, wait. I'll show you Ruby. Oh no, wait. Hang on. I'm bad at it. Flip. How do I flip this? There we go. Oh no, it didn't save. There's Ruby.
Ruby. Oh, what a sweet girl. Unfortunately, nobody on YouTube can see Ruby, but everyone sees Ruby. Ruby, guys. All right.
Yeah.
If you want Ruby content, make